Chapter 1065. There were 9 great forbidden grounds in this world, and each of them had a power that could cause the entire world to tremble. This forbidden ground could be ranked within the top 3 of the 9 forbidden grounds. It was easy to imagine how dangerous they were. After all, the forbidden lands were the source of all restrictions in the world, the ancestor of all restrictions. All restrictions originated from there. Such a forbidden area was filled with mystery, and no one could predict exactly what kind of dangers would lie within it. Of the 9 forbidden lands, the top 3 forbidden lands were places that even sovereigns had to take seriously. For example, the top 3 sky-split towers were places that not even sovereigns would be able to describe. It was even more impossible to determine how many floors there were, whether there was an end, and if there was an end, what was on the other side. Therefore, when the forbidden ground was mentioned, even Mai Xin couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. Lord Mai Xin, Tian Bing is willing to head to the forbidden lands and investigate where the weapon ancestor is imprisoned, Tian Bing said in a harsh and callous voice. This matter must be done as soon as possible. You all have returned to the origin world from the land of exile. Your main mission is to rescue the experts of the demon god continent who were sealed here in ancient times. Then, in the upcoming battle with the origin world, you will be able to achieve more significant achievements. If you can make the 2 continents merge into one, then the demon god continent will be promoted to the ancient demon realm, which is comparable to the ancient celestial realm. This will be an incomparably grand undertaking. Mei Xin's eyes flashed with resplendent light, and her words were filled with an indescribable appeal. Even the eyes of the 7-Night Demon Emperor and the others flickered with a strange light. Yes, my lord, Tian Bing replied with a resolute expression. As for the Yarrow Emperor, this seat once saw him in the primal chaos. He is a peerless genius who was able to corroborate his Tao through strength. Compared to those so-called geniuses, he is the most terrifying variable. If he corroborates his Tao a second time, then he has the potential to corroborate his Tao. Right now, your main goal is to search for the other imprisoned experts. Don't clash with the Yarrow Emperor for now. Once this seat is free, I will personally meet this peerless Yarrow Emperor. Mai Xin seemed to have suddenly thought of something and spoke up. Other demon emperors might not be aware of this, but how could she not know? Proving one's Tao through strength and proving one's Tao through normal means did not seem to have much difference in battle prowess, but in fact, there was a fundamental difference. Using strength to prove one's Tao, one's entire body would become a whole. The energy within one's body would be boundless and would never dry up. It could be said to be a world of its own. He no longer needed to rely on any external forces. The undying body of a peerless expert was still in the world, but this body, which relied on strength to prove the Tao, was already independent of the world. This was one of the abilities that only a sovereign could possess. In order to become a sovereign, one had to fuse their fleshly body with their nascent spirit. Their fleshly body was their nascent spirit, and their nascent spirit was their fleshly body. The primordial spirit existed in every inch of the body. There was no difference between the physical body and the primordial spirit. This step was extremely difficult and had stopped countless powerful cultivators. It was for no other reason than their bodies being unable to withstand the power produced when their bodies fused with their origin spirits. If he were to forcefully fuse them together, he would explode on the spot like a balloon. However, Di Shitian used his strength to prove his Tao and established this kind of supreme Tao foundation first. He had far more potential and qualifications to prove his Tao than other cultivators. Yes, Your Excellency. After hearing this, Qi Yi and the others were somewhat unconvinced, but they didn't show it in front of Mai Xin. Instead, they respectfully agreed. After a round of discussion, they all left. They all began to carry out the plans they had discussed beforehand. At this moment, in a remote ancient city in the northeastern region of the Violet Gold continent, large groups of humans lived there. They had even built many villages and towns outside the ancient city. Each of these ancient cities had a population of several million. Adding on the nearby towns, the population could reach up to 5 million or even 10 million. In the northeastern region, there were many forests and poisonous insects. As such, the people here all had large and sturdy bodies. The outermost ancient city was called Goldstone City. Countless people worked in the fields, and there were also hunters who hunted in the forests for a living. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing animal skins and carrying an extremely sturdy hunting bow on his back was continuously leaping forward nimbly in the forest. Every step he took was extremely capable and meticulous, not making the slightest sound. From time to time, a sharp light would shoot out from his eyes. In front of him, a big colorful tiger was leisurely pacing in the forest. Now, his prey was the fierce tiger in front of him. Almost all of his attention was focused on it. However, he didn't notice that behind him, on a branch of a huge tree, there was a strange golden insect. This strange insect's eyes flashed with an extremely intelligent light as it stared at the big man. Whoosh! A small golden light quickly streaked across the air, and the strange golden insect instantly drilled into the big man's body. At night, after returning, countless red dots appeared on the hunter's body and he died suddenly. A day later, the hunter's family showed the same symptoms and died in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the corpse decayed at an astonishing speed, turning into tiny golden insects that quickly spread out. The air was filled with countless tiny insects. TSK, Madman DI, why are you rushing back to the southern barbarian lands now? The tomb of the god of sin in the southern barbarian lands already has an owner. Before the inheritance is over, it's impossible to enter the tomb of the god of sin. In the air, on top of the white clouds, Indra was clad in a black emperor's robe. He walked forward alone, and with every step he took, he seemed to be able to traverse through countless spatial rifts. Although it seemed like an ordinary stroll, in reality, every step he took traversed a distance of hundreds of feet, or even hundreds of feet. This time, he didn't follow the primordial 9 dragons. When the primordial 9 dragons resisted the attack of the Eye of the Heavenly Tao, the dragon bones in their bodies were broken inch by inch. Although they survived in the end, the damage they suffered was too heavy. Therefore, they stayed in the demon court to recuperate and recover. Now that I have stepped into the realm of the ancient demon god, my combat strength is comparable to that of a peerless master. If I advance further, I will be a ruler. The achievement of a ruler is related to the tomb of the god of sin. Although I can't enter the tomb of the god of sin, it doesn't mean that I can't see some secrets about becoming a ruler from the tomb of the god of sin. Di Shitian's eyes were deep. After becoming an ancient demon god, there was no doubt that if he advanced further, he would be a supreme ruler. There was still a way to become an ancient demon god, and he could rely on the experience of his predecessors. However, there were only 3 people in the world who had become a ruler, and all of them were related to the tomb of the god of sin. How to become a ruler had always been shrouded in a layer of indescribable mystery. There was no ancient book that described it. The only clue was the tomb of the god of sin. There were things in the tomb of the god of sin that could help one become a ruler, and even special items. Moreover, the only tomb of the god of sin that Di Shitian knew was the one in the southern barbarian lands. Therefore, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he would still come and carefully explore it. Perhaps he could find the secret of becoming a ruler. Ruler, sitting on the wheel of reincarnation, Ming looked up at the void, his eyes unusually blurred. Traces of ancient memories appeared in his mind. Back then, the emperor of the underworld had cultivated to the peak of the peerless realm. However, after reaching that realm, there was no growth for nearly 10,000 years. Not only did he not find the key to becoming a ruler, but he also felt that he could not control the monstrous power in his body. Becoming a ruler was a natural chasm. Suddenly, Di Shitian, who was rushing toward the southern barbarian lands, frowned slightly and let out a cry of surprise. His figure paused slightly and landed on a mountain peak below. A gentle breeze blew past his face, rolling up his black hair and dancing behind his head. He naturally exuded a supreme majesty. Patter. A soft sound came from underground, and at the same time, a yellow light flashed. A thin and small big rat drilled out of the ground. There was not a single speck of dust on his body. Big Rat looked up and saw Di Shitian standing in front of him. His body trembled, and he hurriedly knelt down to pay his respects. Big Rat greets your majesty. His expression was unusually respectful. Get up. Di Shitian nodded and gestured for him to get up. He asked, "You're in such a hurry to contact this emperor. What exactly do you have to report?" After saying that, his eyes calmly fell on him. Big Rat was in charge of the intelligence of the demon court. With the unique ability of the Rat clan, he had already spread the intelligence to almost half of the purple gold continent. If there was any movement anywhere, all kinds of information would be quickly transmitted back. The importance of intelligence was also directly given to Big Rat by Di Shitian. When there was an important matter, Big Rat could report to him alone. Obviously, Big Rat would not do such a thing if there was no important matter. "Reporting to Your Majesty, this subject discovered a plague in the northeast region, near the human race's Golden Stone City. Moreover, the type of the plague and the severity of the disease are almost unfathomable. The speed at which it spreads is extremely fast. All those who die from the plague will quickly rot after death, turning into plague worms that continue to spread outward. It has now covered almost hundreds of thousands of miles." A worried look appeared on Big Rat's face. It was clear that he was extremely wary of the plague. Plague. Two intense beams of light shot out from Di Shitian's eyes. They were so solid that they almost pierced through the void. He asked, "What's the reaction of that human cultivator?" "Your Majesty, the plague is extremely terrifying. After the human cultivators discovered the plague, they entered the city. Originally, they wanted to stop the plague from spreading and set up a formation to imprison the plague. However, the plague worms were actually able to burrow into the cultivators' bodies. Even immortal king-level cultivators were unable to resist them and quickly died under the plague. A nearby immortal city where cultivators gathered has been destroyed by the plague. It's very frightening. The plague is not only fatal to ordinary people, it's also a terrifying threat to cultivators." Big Rat's eyes flashed with a trace of horror, but his voice was still steady as he spoke. "To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 1066. It's going to be a new week soon. Those who have votes, please help me. I don't have many recommendations. Ordinary plagues would only spread to ordinary living beings. Once one cultivated, one's physique and even life force would constantly sublimate. All sorts of diseases would not be able to survive in one's body at all. They would be cleansed away in the process of cultivation. Ordinary plagues could be burned to ashes with just a little samadhi true fire. But these plagues were really cruel. Black, green, blue, gold, and so on. All kinds of plagues and calamities were not afraid of a cultivator's samadhi true fire at all. Once they entered the body, they wantonly destroyed the whole body, parasitizing every inch of flesh and blood. They could also wantonly devour all kinds of power and vitality, turning them into plagues and calamities. Almost every time a person died, the number of these plague calamity bugs would increase exponentially. Almost at every moment, they would grow stronger and spread. Everywhere they went, not even a blade of grass grew. Fortunately, Big Rat's information network was mainly underground. When the plague broke out, there were still subordinates who quickly passed on the situation of the plague to the outside world. But at the same time, all the underground passages in the plague area were blocked by Big Rat and temporarily sealed off to prevent the plague from invading the underground rat clan. From this, it could be seen how ferocious and terrifying the plague was. You must pay close attention to the plague. At the same time, cut off all intelligence networks in the plague area. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Di Shitian took a deep breath, a thoughtful look in his eyes, and quickly gave the order. "Yes, Your Majesty." Big Rat answered respectfully, then turned and burrowed back into the ground. Lunatic Di, it seems that the god of plagues really did use a doppelganger to escape from the forbidden area of Heaven Gate. Looking at the situation, this plague must have been caused by the god of plagues. Other than the god of plagues, no other plague could be so cruel. In Nether Prison, Dark's expression changed and became a little ugly. The god of plagues uses countless calamities as his body. As long as one of them is not destroyed, he can stay alive. Moreover, once the plague is triggered, every additional calamities that are born means that the god of plagues' strength has increased. The plague this time will definitely allow the god of plagues to recover more than half of his combat strength. The god of plagues was a ferocious figure in the demon god continent during the ancient times. His strength was strong and strange, and he could be said to be ranked in the top 10. Once it recovered, the disaster it would cause would be immeasurable. Crack. Di Shitian swiped his hand in front of him and a crack appeared out of thin air. Whoosh. From the crack, an ancient black coffin instantly broke through the air and lay horizontally in front of him. The black coffin emitted mysterious patterns that intertwined to form an incredible seal, making the entire black coffin seem like a complete entity without a single crack. Even the lid of the coffin grew on top of the coffin, joining together as one. Inside the black coffin, a pitch-black scepter lay quietly. At the top of the scepter, there was a tiny crystal skull. It was lifelike and contained an endless amount of curse power. His eyes emitted an evil light. It was none other than the cursed scepter. At the edge of the cursed scepter, a pitch-black devil box came into view. On the devil box, countless mysterious patterns emitted the 5 elements of heaven and earth, seals, thunderbolts, and other Tao patterns. It was the devil box of plagues that sealed the body of the god of plagues. Di Shitian glanced at the devil box of plagues coldly and spat out, "God of plagues, don't think that just because a trace of your primordial spirit escaped, you can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, I specialize in dealing with demon gods like you. After the demon emperor with a crippled blood is refined, it will be your turn next." TSK. A burst of wild laughter came from the devil box. "You Demon Clan Jr., if I wasn't imprisoned in this abominable devil box, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. I'm not afraid to tell you that my main primordial spirit has already left this bullshit box. If you know what's good for you, you'd better open the seal and release me. Otherwise, when I recover my strength in the future, I'll massacre your demon clan. I'll make sure that not even a blade of grass grows." An arrogant clamor came from the devil box. That voice was filled with boundless arrogance as it unceremoniously threatened Di Shitian. "I'm only afraid that you won't come. If you have the guts, I'll stand here today and you can come at me. If I take even half a step back, I, Di Shitian, will take my head and use it as a urinal for you. If you don't have the guts, I can wait until the day you recover your strength. I'll be waiting for you at the demon court." When Di Shitian heard this, his eyes shone with a threatening light. Every word was sonorous and forceful, carrying with it an unparalleled determination and boundless willpower. There was not a trace of fear. When had he ever been afraid of a threat in his life? Even if all the sky demon gods were to appear in front of him, he would never take even half a step back. The arrogant and strange voice from the devil box could not help but stop. After a while, it snorted coldly and said, "Demon Emperor, just you wait. I'll come for you sooner or later. At that time, I'll make you kneel on the ground, lick my toes, and beg for mercy." After saying this, there was no more sound from the devil box. Whoosh! Di Shitian sneered disdainfully. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew the black coffin in front of him into his inner world and suppressed it in the illusory void. "Damn it, this is too damn it." Ming's expression changed immediately. He was so angry that blood seemed to drip out of his body. The dragon claws under his body kept waving wildly in the air. He said frantically, "Suppress, you must suppress this god of plagues in the underworld prison. I'll use 1,386 punishments one by one to let him taste the consequences of insulting you, madman Di. I'm so angry." His 2 dragon eyes shone with a terrifying light. "It doesn't matter. This god of plagues' wanton actions will inevitably affect the human race. The human race will definitely not allow the plague to spread unchecked. In this case, they will definitely reveal some of their hidden forces. If I can observe as an outsider, I might have a better understanding of the human race's strength." Di Shitian was not angry because of this. After all, the area where the plague broke out was not in the demon court. There was no danger to the demon race. There was no need to fight with the god of plagues and solve the problem for the human race. "Let's go." Di Shitian looked around. With a wave of his long sleeve, his body swayed. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the mountain peak as if he had never been there. His whereabouts were indistinct. Ever since the second Tao affirmation, Sakra's cultivation had soared and reached an unimaginable realm. Below him, a purple-gold emperor divine light broke through the sky at an astonishing speed. In every instant, it crossed a vast area of 129,600 miles, and this was still under the condition that he had not used his full strength. One day later, above the southern barbarian lands, Di Shitian, dressed in a black emperor's robe, stood silently in the void as if he was walking on flat ground. What a terrifying tomb of the god of sin! Di Shitian glanced at the frozen southern barbarian lands. He could not help but sigh slightly. The power of the tomb of the god of sin was indeed extraordinary. Not only did it freeze the entire southern barbarian lands, but it also left the original creatures in the southern barbarian lands unharmed. This ability was terrifying. He walked forward. He appeared above the myriad demon valley. In the valley, there were many newborn demon race gathered there. Each of them was trying to breathe in the chi of heaven and earth. Their bodies were overflowing with a kind of vigorous vitality, endless yearning, and even a kind of faith. Ha. When Di Shitian saw this, he smiled slightly. Standing high in the sky, he raised his eyes and glanced at the forbidden area that was planned in the myriad demon valley. In the forbidden area, at this moment, there was a strange fog. However, this fog obviously could not block his clairvoyance. He could see the scene in the fog clearly at a glance. Large rocks were scattered everywhere without any pattern. Among these strange rocks, a huge tombstone rose up from the ground. It was like the most mysterious guard, guarding what it wanted to protect. It was cold and full of unspeakable deterrence. This tombstone completely blocked everything behind it. It seemed that if one did not cross the tombstone, they could not see what was behind it. Tomb of the god of sin. Di Shitian took a deep breath, and the expression on his face was somewhat indescribably dignified. At this moment, on a frozen mountain peak in the southern barbarian, a golden figure stood quietly on it. This figure's entire body was unusually burly, and his body naturally exuded the aura of a king. He had long golden hair, and there was a golden eye that was always closed on his forehead. The sharp edges on her face made her look like an ancient god of war. This golden-robed figure's eyes seemed to be able to see through the laws of heaven and earth, as if they could detect countless hidden things. His eyes seemed to be unusually deep. Demon Emperor Di Shitian. The southern barbarian is really a place full of miracles. However, I can't see through you the most. Why is it that all I can see in front of you is an endless grey fog? In the eyes of the golden-robed figure, there was an inexplicable color. He muttered to himself with a trace of regret. Well, since the demon court is recruiting officials, then I'll wait for you there. I believe you'll like the gift I brought. After muttering to himself, his entire body suddenly disappeared from the void without any warning. The moment he disappeared, Di Shitian, who had been focusing on the tombstone in the forbidden area, subconsciously turned his head to look at the mountain peak. Strange, I clearly felt a gaze behind me just now. How could it not be? Could it be that someone has such a profound concealment ability? A thought quickly flashed through Di Shitian's mind. He knew that he could not be wrong. There was definitely someone on the mountain peak just now. However, to be able to leave so quickly, it was definitely not an ordinary person. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1067. It's a new week, there are tickets to buy. Was there someone on the mountain peak just now? Dark was secretly surprised. Even it did not notice this as its attention was all on the tomb of the god of sin. The tomb of the god of sin was one of the 9 tombs of the god of sin in the origin world. Even a peerless expert would not have the opportunity to see the tomb of the god of sin with their own eyes. Now that it had the opportunity to see it, it naturally would not let it go. Although it did not see it, it had never doubted Di Shitian's intuition. Since he said that a mysterious person had appeared on the mountain peak, It was definitely not an accident. Forget it. Although I don't know who it is, at least there is no hostility. If there is a chance in the future, we will naturally meet again. Di Shitian only pondered for a moment and immediately put this matter to the back of his mind for the time being. At his level, he did not need to probe at all when any hostile cultivator appeared nearby. He instinctively knew that if the figure just now was hostile, he would have a unique reaction on the spot and would not hesitate to launch a killing blow. Di Shitian once again placed his eyes on the tombstone. Whoosh! At this moment, in the myriad demon valley, there was a body that looked like a dead tree strangely hiding inside a huge ancient tree. Its aura and even fluctuations had completely merged with the ancient tree. It was using the ancient tree's breath to replace its own breath and the ancient tree's sense of touch to replace its own vision. It could be said that it had merged with the ancient tree. There was no rejection or difference at all. If Di Shitian saw its face at this moment, he would be able to recognize it at a glance. Who else could it be but the immortal Ku Rong King? Damn it, isn't this monster emperor in the demon court? The demon court is still holding an auction at this moment. Why would he appear here at this time? Fortunately, I hid in this tree and did not move. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would be killed by him again. True Lord Ku Rong secretly gritted his teeth and glanced fiercely at the god of Sin's tomb in the forbidden area. He secretly complained, I originally planned to see if there was a chance to sneak into the god of Sin's tomb and steal one or two supreme treasures, but I didn't expect to run into this devil. Could it be that the Shifter Emperor's target is also the god of Sin's tomb and he wants to enter it? All of a sudden, True Lord Ku Rong rolled his eyes and a thought appeared in his mind. The tomb of the god of Sin in front of us obviously has an owner. If the monster emperor wants to occupy the tomb of the god of Sin, he'll definitely have a violent collision with it. If the tomb of the god of Sin and the monster emperor fight, both sides may end up suffering losses. At that time, I might be the Oriole and reap the benefits. Xiao Chen's eyes darted around, and he could not help but feel excited. He worked even harder to hide in the ancient tree, not leaking any aura at all. The outside world would not be able to detect anything strange. Clairvoyance can't see through the tombstones. Sakra's eyes flickered with light. With the 1,000 miles eyes ability, even if it was thousands of miles away, he would still be able to see everything clearly. However, it was blocked by the tombstone and he was unable to see the scene behind the tombstone. Heaven's punishment, divine eye, delusion breaker. Sakra wasn't discouraged. With a thought, the purplish gold vertical pattern between his eyebrows quickly pulled apart. That cold purplish gold pupil instantly emerged. In that pupil, there wasn't a single trace of emotion, only endless coldness. With an indescribable majesty, it spewed out endless divine power. Whoosh! In the divine eye, rays of dazzling divine brilliance constantly rippled. The delusion breaker power spewed out. In an instant, the tombstone in Di Shitian's eyes faded at an alarming speed. Even the mysterious power on the tombstone could not block the mighty power contained in the divine eye. The tomb of the god of Sin. Xiao Chen's gaze penetrated the tombstone, and the ancient tomb of the god of Sin behind the tombstone suddenly appeared in front of him. The tomb of the god of Sin was blocked by a mysterious ancient stone door, which was tightly shut. On the stone door, there was a strange Taoist rhyme that seemed to be able to block all forces outside, unable to enter the tomb of the god of Sin. It was a natural moat. Even the delusion breaker power emitted from the divine eye had an extremely jerky feeling, and it was extremely difficult to penetrate the tomb door. Almost every inch forward required a lot of energy. Supreme will, infuse the divine eye. Under delusion breaker, it is unstoppable. How could Di Shitian be willing to be blocked outside? With a thought, the boundless imperial will in his body was instantly infused into the heaven's punishment divine eye, integrating into the delusion breaker power of the divine eye. In the demon palace in his body, waves of imperial true force surged into the divine eye like a tide, and suddenly, the power of the divine eye increased greatly. With an extremely overbearing momentum, it instantly broke through the barrier of the tomb door. The divine eye immediately saw the scene in the tomb of the god of Sin. Although he had been mentally prepared, after seeing the scene in the tomb of the god of Sin, he could not help but let out a cry of surprise. There is a world inside. Waves of shock surged in Di Shitian's heart. With just a glance, he confirmed that in the tomb of the god of sin, there was no ordinary tomb, but a vast and boundless world. The world was so big that it was almost half the size of the purple gold continent, and he could not see the end of it at a glance. My goodness, every inch of the world in the tomb of the god of sin is filled with rich Tao aura, and I can clearly feel the great Tao nomological laws. And it is a single great Tao. Cultivating in such a world is almost always compatible with the great Tao, and the speed is simply immeasurable. Even if a stupid pig entered it, it would still be able to ascend to the heavens. There is even a great Tao pillar standing inside. The tomb of the god of sin, this tomb of the god of sin is really amazing. Dark exclaimed loudly. With the help of the divine eye, he also saw the scene inside. He saw that the world was similar to the world inside the Tao Lotus in the demon court, but the world in the tomb of the god of sin had been completely perfected, reaching a perfect state. Especially that huge pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. Compared to the pillars in the demon court, it was many times thicker. Di Shitian was not too surprised by this. The ruler used the great Tao as a means to control it. Obviously, comprehending the great Tao in the tomb of the god of sin had extraordinary benefits. His divine eye still quickly scanned the inside. 10 ancient coffins. Sakura suddenly saw a scene. In the huge pillar of the great path, there was an ancient divine palace. In the divine palace, there were actually 10 ancient coffins placed in order. Each ancient coffin was unusually strange, exuding a completely different aura, and the Tao patterns on them were all different. Moreover, those Tao runes seemed to have a life of their own. They kept spinning rapidly, forming mysterious divine runes. They seemed to be mysterious cultivation methods. Purple moon. The 10 ancient coffins seemed to be condensed from the great Tao origin. Among them, 9 were the same size, but one of them was twice as big as the others. Moreover, it was placed on an altar, surrounded by 9 ancient coffins. In the largest ancient coffin, there was a body lying there. She was dressed in a purple palace dress. Her figure looked perfect without any flaws, but her appearance looked like an ordinary woman. Sakura recognized the identity of the figure with just a glance. She was exactly the same as Ziyu, whom he had seen in the Linglong treasure pagoda. Whoosh! In an instant, Purple Moon, who had been lying quietly in the ancient coffin as if she had already died, opened her eyes without warning. Her eyes flashed with a purple halo, and an incredible force burst out from the tomb of the god of sin. Almost instantly, the delusion breaker that had burrowed into the tomb of the god of sin was completely defeated and turned into nothingness. A terrifying force was transmitted to the divine eye of punishment through his gaze. A muffled snort came from Sakura's nose. The heavenly punishment divine eye that was originally open closed on the spot, and the moment the divine eye closed, a drop of purple gold blood could be seen eerily seeping out from between his eyebrows. The divine eye was damaged. The power in the tomb of the god of sin was completely connected as one, completely blocking all prying outside. It's really her. She is indeed accepting the inheritance of the tomb of the god of sin and inheriting the power of the tomb of the god of sin. No wonder she wanted to divide her primordial spirit into 9. Reincarnation. Di Shitian's face kept changing colors. Although it was only for a moment, with his eyesight, he had already clearly seen the situation in the 9 ancient coffins. Among them, 4 of the ancient coffins were empty, while the remaining 5 had a lady lying quietly in each of them. It seemed as if an endless amount of energy was continuously flowing into the 9 ancient coffins. Among them, there were several familiar figures. The little girl who had sent Whitey back to the southern barbarian, the peacock who had come out of the heavenly demon secret realm, and the most incredible figure. As for the other 2 figures, Di Shitian did not know much, but they were obviously directly related to Purple Moon. Rumble. As if Di Shitian's action just now had triggered some kind of restriction, the tomb of the god of sin suddenly trembled violently, and the tombstone suddenly flew into the air. On the tombstone, mysterious Tao inscriptions appeared, revealing an ancient aura, and directly smashed toward Di Shitian on the spot. The tombstone was very strange, and it did not reveal any aura or power. It was just like an ordinary stone falling from the sky. It did not seem to be threatening at all. Even a minor cultivator would be able to destroy it. However, when this scene fell into Sakra's eyes, his face revealed an unusually solemn expression on the spot. In the tombstone, he felt an imperceptible and terrifying power contained in it. Once suppressed, even a peerless expert would be crushed to pieces on the spot. He would never be able to rise again. One hand to heaven, Di did not even think. His right hand drew a mysterious trajectory outside his body, and his palm suddenly pushed up. With an indomitable posture, he lifted the tombstone that was pressing down on him. His entire arm, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a purple-gold glaze. Countless Tao inscriptions intertwined, and the Emperor talisman kept flashing. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1068. Rumble. With Sakra's current cultivation, ripples could be seen on the surface of his palm. That was the distortion of space, as though the heavens were truly lifted up by that single palm. There was almost endless power hidden in the purple-gold palm. In an instant, it violently collided with the tombstone falling from the sky. The space where the palm and the tombstone collided was violently distorted at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed and was annihilated inch by inch. The entire void trembled violently as if there was an earthquake. It was only a stalemate for a moment. Di and the tombstone were separated by a vast force. The tombstone was blasted into the sky by the domineering imperial true force. At the same time, Di Shitian's entire body was smashed down by the force that erupted from the tombstone. As he fell, the space around him collapsed. What a domineering tombstone! It is indeed the divine tomb. A tombstone has such incredible power. Di Shitian's black hair fluttered wildly behind his head. Divine light shot out from his eyes, brimming with a strong fighting spirit, as he stared at the tombstone. He had long guessed that the divine tomb had incredible power. He did not expect that even with his heaven-defying battle strength, he could not suppress the tombstone on the spot. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger from the tombstone. If even he could not suppress the tombstone, then it could almost suppress most of the peerless experts. Good heavens, the aura from the tombstone is definitely not from the origin world. I smell an ancient aura. Madman Di, you have to be careful. This tombstone must be connected to the divine tomb. The tombstone is connected to the divine tomb, and its power is endless. When Ming saw that Di Shitian and Mu Bei were on par with each other in the battle, his expression changed. Rumble. That tombstone seemed to have some kind of will. When it saw that its attack was actually blocked by Sakra below, it suddenly emitted a trace of hostility. The tombstone trembled violently. The tombstone body seemed to be connected with the entire heaven and earth, like a supreme pillar supporting the heaven and earth. Even the surrounding void and earth also shook violently. Boundless mighty power gushed out from the divine tomb, pouring into the tombstone like a tide. In an instant, countless mysterious heavenly sounds constantly flashed from the tombstone. Countless divine puppets drilled out of the tombstone and surrounded it, chanting mysterious praises. Vaguely, one could see strange scenes appearing on the tombstone. There were pictures of gods and demons fighting fiercely, pictures of countless creatures working hard, and even scenes of boundless mountains and rivers. Crack! The tombstone suddenly collapsed, turning into millions of tiny fragments. These fragments rapidly intertwined and fused together at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, an ancient map appeared out of nowhere in mid-air. This ancient map flashed with dazzling divine brilliance, intertwining with countless mysterious Tao runes. It seemed that countless gods and demons were flashing in the ancient map. Some of these gods and demons were devoutly praying, while others were constantly displaying various martial arts and battle skills. Each move contained monstrous power that could shatter the void. Each move brought with it a majestic pressure. It was as if any one of these moves could shatter the opponent's body and turn them into dust. Not even a speck of dust would be left. Thousands of martial arts and battle skills emerged from the ancient map almost at the same time. Every god and demon had the monstrous battle strength of a peerless expert. Any kind of peerless battle skill would be able to change the color of the heavens and the earth. Now, thousands of battle skills were being used at the same time. The aura and pressure that erupted from the battle skills almost instantly pressed down crazily. Rumble. In the surrounding void, there were terrifying rumbles that sounded as if the void was collapsing. Just the aura and pressure alone seemed to have materialized, turning into a vast mountain that directly crushed down on defy. The tombstone can actually transform into an ancient map. Battle skills, all of them are peerless battle skills. There is actually such an incredible technique hidden in this tombstone. However, just the aura alone is enough to suppress me. In the heavens and on the earth, only I am supreme. Defy raised his head to look at the ancient map above his head. His eyes shone with a substantial radiance that almost pierced through the void. He could feel the terrifying pressure that burst forth from the ancient map. It was a pressure that he had never felt before. Even he felt as small as an ant and could be easily crushed into dust on the spot. However, he naturally did not want to be pressed to the ground by this pressure. He took a step forward and the imperial art of shocking the world on his body began to circulate at an unprecedented speed. The vast imperial true force continuously poured into every inch of his body. The imperial emperor talisman around him emitted waves of divine power that ran through his body. His black hair fluttered wildly behind him. Each strand of hair was like the most terrifying demonic weapon in the world, streaking across the void and creating terrifying cracks in the void. His face was filled with a cold majesty. His gaze seemed to be able to look down on everything. An aura of supremacy, the will of an emperor, surged out from his body. Ang 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 ang. 9 azure dragons, 9 white tigers, 9 black tortoises, 9 killins, and 9 vermilion birds flew out from the emperor's robe at the same time. They surrounded the emperor's body and revealed an untamed gaze. They let out a terrifying roar at the ancient diagram and soared into the sky. They circled around the emperor's body and violently collided with the majestic pressure that was pouring down. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 divine beasts collided with the pressure. Although their battle prowess had risen along with Sakra and could be compared to unparalleled, they were still unable to match that pressure and were forced to retreat on the spot. However, they immediately formed the supreme 5-direction formation and coordinated with the emperor's will on Sakra's body. Instantly, a vast and boundless aura of supremacy erupted, and like a beacon, it fiercely resisted the ancient diagram. Under the pressure, the surrounding mountains were crushed into powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. You are as strong as the heavens. I have nothing to fear. Even though the pressure was as heavy as a mountain, Sakra's entire body stood on the spot without the slightest bit of retreat. Like a rock, he stood unwaveringly, resisting the monstrous pressure. From the space that was constantly crumbling outside his body, one could tell how overbearing and terrifying the pressure was. Kill, kill, kill. Within the ancient diagrams, a few roars of killing abruptly rang out. Those gods and devils that appeared from the ancient diagrams all revealed a terrifying baleful aura as the battle techniques in their hands bluntly blasted towards Sakra without holding back. Every move could shatter a vacuum. Burning heaven and earth, 10-sided annihilation, unparalleled in the world, hero's end, time is like a knife, destiny above all, lightning breaks the 9 heavens. All kinds of battle skills almost instantly gathered into a torrent that swept toward defy. The power contained in each battle skill was enough to crush a peerless expert on the spot. At this moment, there were more than 10 million battle skills in the torrent, and their power was domineering. On the spot, anything that stood in the way of the torrent, including space, was shattered and annihilated inch by inch, completely turning into powder. The attack was so fierce that it could almost make a mighty expert despair. Ultimate Emperor indestructible body. Almost in an instant, Indra's eyes shot out an unyielding divine light. He felt a kind of aura of death. The Emperor immortal body on his body naturally revolved. 10 immortal god rings instantly appeared outside his body at a speed visible to the naked eye, enveloping his whole body. At the same time, he didn't hesitate to use all his battle skills to bombard the ancient diagram. The ultimate Emperor seal, the God-Devil seal, the Doubt-Eye seal, the seal of bliss, the seal of life and death, the Emperor seal. The ultimate Emperor creation palm. Xing he spun around, one hand holding up the heavens, 5 fingers forming mountains, splitting heaven and earth, trapping the void. Rumble. All kinds of battle skills, each one containing an incomparably domineering will, poured all the power into each attack. Outside of him, signs of destruction could be seen. Bang! Bang! Sakra's counterattack could be said to be overbearing. Any peerless powerhouse that stood in front of him would explode on the spot. He unleashed his heaven-defying combat strength without holding back. However, in the face of that torrential torrent, these attacks could only withstand for a moment before they were completely disintegrated, crushed, and smashed into smithereens. Illusory reality. The ultimate Emperor mask appeared on Di Shitian's face, and in an instant, his entire body turned illusory at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, he turned into nothingness. Boom. However, the ancient diagram that was hanging in the sky shook violently, and a mysterious force directly spewed out. The Sakra, who had originally turned into nothingness, was actually forced out of the illusory reality, and his body once again turned corporeal. Rumble. The torrent that filled the sky crazily hit the imperial body. It collided violently with the deathless divine halos. In the blink of an eye, the deathless divine halos shattered one after another. Countless attacks completely surrounded Di Shitian's entire body. Almost on the spot, Di Shitian's extremely powerful imperial body was blasted apart, and his entire body turned into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. Hiss. This is the power of the tomb of the god of sin. Is this the power of the tomb of the god of sin? It's simply ferocious. The demon emperor, this fierce god, was blasted apart on the spot. How terrifying is that? What kind of supreme treasure is that ancient map? If I can get my hands on it, I'm afraid I can do whatever I want in this world. True Lord Ku Rong, who was hiding in the ancient tree, was trembling constantly. The torrent-like battle technique just now made him so frightened that he almost wanted to escape from the ancient tree on the spot. It was simply too ferocious. Could the demon emperor be directly suppressed to death by the ancient map? He was blasted apart on the spot just now. If he really died, then wouldn't all the supreme treasures on the demon emperor's body belong to me? True Lord Ku Rong suddenly had an idea in his mind. As soon as this idea appeared, it immediately took root in his heart, and he could not help but look out with greed in his eyes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1069. The void continued to collapse, and terrifying black holes appeared one after another. Countless earth, fire, water, and wind gushed out from the void, presenting a scene of destruction that sent chills down one's spine. When all the torrents had completely dissipated, the void where Di Shitian was standing was not only destroyed, but his figure was also nowhere to be seen. His entire emperor's body had suffered thousands of attacks in the torrents and exploded. The torrents contained more than thousands of battle skills, and each of them could shatter the void. Even with his powerful emperor's body, he could not withstand it. If an ordinary peerless expert was in the same position as before, he would probably be smashed into pieces. Even his primordial spirit would be destroyed, and he would die completely. Could the monster emperor really be killed? Perfected Lord Ku Rong opened his eyes wide and scanned the surroundings carefully. He even used all his strength to detect the aura in the surroundings. Indeed, he did not find any aura that belonged to Di Shitian, and another guess popped up in his mind. Waves of joy surged in his heart. However, facts had proven that it was often the easiest to vomit blood when one was at their most complacent. The ultimate emperor shocks the world, emperor's body is indestructible. Boom. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange distortion appeared in the void. As it distorted, pieces of flesh appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within those pieces of flesh, one could faintly see that they were in the shape of crystals. From this, one could see just how strong those pieces of flesh were. Inch by inch, the flesh and blood quickly appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, they all gathered in the same place. In the blink of an eye, Sakra, who had originally been smashed apart, had inconceivably revived once again, condensing his body from the void. There was not the slightest change in his expression, and around his body, 10 undying divine rings were rapidly revolving at a constant speed. They drove the essence of heaven and earth into his body. From the looks of it, he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. He raised his eyes and looked coldly at the ancient map above his head. Boom! The ancient diagram was obviously extremely furious at not being able to crush Di Shitian to death. It shook slightly, and immediately, countless mysterious hymns reverberated within the ancient diagram again. The gods and devils swept their gazes towards Di Shitian one after another. Enough! Just as Di Shitian and Gu2 were about to fight again, a soft cry suddenly appeared out of thin air. That voice was clearly that of a lady, and it was unusually clear, causing one to involuntarily want to recognize the owner of that voice. That voice seemed to contain some kind of mysterious energy. As soon as it landed, the ancient painting trembled slightly. Although it was a bit unwilling, it still collapsed and reformed into a tombstone. Not a single trace of aura leaked out from the tombstone. Bang! The tombstone trembled slightly and fell from the sky to the original position in the forbidden area of the Myriad Demon Valley. With a soft sound, the overbearing tombstone stood in the middle of the valley like an ordinary tombstone in the mortal world. It was as if everything that had happened before was not caused by it at all. My goodness, what an overbearing tomb of the divine God. What a terrifying tombstone. Just now, I almost thought that I would be crushed to death by that ancient diagram. That torrent is too terrifying. It can actually erupt with so many battle skills at the same time. In my opinion, even a ruler would have to take it seriously. As expected, the tomb of the divine God is indeed the most incredible supreme opportunity in the world. Ming said with a somewhat worried expression. Countless battle skills, each of which could destroy a peerless expert, converged into a torrent. Its power was so strong, terrifying, and ferocious that it could not be increased any further. At that time, the aura of death filled his mind. He almost felt like he was going to die immediately. What a terrifying remnant of a map. Even though it's just a fragment of the map, it actually possesses such a tyrannical power. If it's a complete ancient map, its power will likely be boundless. Di Shitian watched the ancient diagram turn back into a tombstone and stand guard in front of the tomb of the divine God. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, but the shock in his heart did not dissipate. Remnant of a map. That was just a remnant of a map. He saw very clearly that the ancient map was only a broken corner. Moreover, the various battle skills deduced from it were not complete. When they were used, there were flaws and flaws. Otherwise, the power that erupted would definitely not be as simple as just now. With one blow, even the purple-gold continent would be pierced through. However, he was still in awe. Remnant of a map. Although it was just a remnant of a map, its power was so strong that Di Shitian was certain that he had never seen anything like it in his life. At any time in the world, there were definitely not many experts who could destroy him on the spot. With his current emperor body, even if a top innate spiritual treasure smashed on his body, even if he was injured, he would not be destroyed like this. If Di Shitian had not attained the Tao through strength and his physical body had reached an almost indelible state, he would probably have died today. If he had continued to fight with the ancient map, his situation would have been even worse. Time. I didn't expect time to exist in this tomb of the divine God. The primordial spirit is divided into 9 parts, using reincarnation to nourish the spirit, and using the spirit to cultivate 9 kinds of heaven-defying divine abilities. When the 9 spirits return to one can control the great Tao and attain the Tao. Di Shitian took a deep breath and glanced deeply at the tomb of the divine God. It was not until now that he truly understood why all the peerless experts were scrambling for the tomb of the divine God and desperately wanted to obtain one. To be honest, even he was a little tempted at that moment. Crazy Di, If you really have the chance, you must find a way to obtain a tomb of the divine god. The tomb of the divine god is the greatest treasure. Just now, I saw clearly that there should be 9 tombstones in front of the tomb of the divine god. I'm afraid that each tombstone is transformed from a remnant of a map. The 9 remnant maps may form the real ancient map. If the ancient map is complete, I'm afraid that there is no one in the world who can contend with it. Ming hurriedly urged. This time, he had experienced the terror of the tomb of the divine god. Yes. Perhaps I should find time to visit the tomb of the divine god in the land of chaos and rescue Dao Lord Shenye at the same time. It will increase the strength of the demon race. Di Shitian's eyes flashed as thoughts spun rapidly in his mind. Of the tombs of the divine god that he knew, 3 were in the hands of the demon lord, the ruler of fate, and the ruler of space. The one in front of him already had an owner. The ghost emperor of Fengdu seemed to have news of one of the tombs of the divine god. The human race seemed to be vaguely investigating another one. The last one was in the land of chaos. As for the remaining 2, there was no news at all. No one knew whether they had an owner or were still hidden somewhere. Although there were dangers, I still gained a lot. The 12th volume of the Book of the Emperor Shocking the World should be completely deduced in no time. Di Shitian's face showed traces of resoluteness. Although the situation just now was dangerous, at the same time, he had forcibly seized a fortune in the midst of life and death. At this moment, a purple gold book suddenly appeared in his mind. On the book, it was written, Book of the Emperor Shocking the World. Surrounding this incomparably wondrous book, there were silhouettes of sakura everywhere. Every silhouette was doing something different. Meridian diagrams appeared on some of their bodies, some of them were practicing various battle skills, and some of them were casting various spells and divine abilities. They were constantly deducing the 12th volume of the technique. At the same time, a large number of gods and demons suddenly appeared among these figures. These gods and demons were displaying various overbearing techniques and battle techniques. Each of them carried an incomparably domineering power. If one looked closely, they would discover that these were the battle techniques that appeared in the ancient map previously. They were actually stolen by Di Shitian and added to the deduction of the technique. Although I was blown up on the spot, I still managed to extract the essence of each battle technique. Although it is incomplete, the parts that are worth using are enough for me to perfect the Book of the Emperor Shocking the World again. Di Shitian thought to himself. It was always difficult to say whether it was a blessing or a misfortune. No one could say for sure whether it was a blessing or not. Although he had broken through to the ancient demon god realm, the 12th volume of the technique for the demon god realm was not completely perfect. Only when he had broken through to this level could he truly understand the changes caused by this level. Only then could he use other techniques and ancient books to deduce the most suitable technique for himself. At this moment, he had already made a considerable breakthrough. Standing in mid-air and pondering for a moment, a divine light suddenly appeared under Sakra's body and wrapped around his body. Then, he flew towards the distance at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, he had already disappeared. He had left the southern wilderness. After a long time, after Di Shitian left, a full 2 hours had passed. Within the ancient tree, a slender body that resembled a withered tree strangely crawled out of the tree. Phew! Perfected Lord Ku Rong exhaled heavily and muttered to himself in relief, fortunately, that demon god has really left. I didn't expect him to be able to recondense his body after suffering such a terrifying attack. He even acted as if nothing had happened. He's simply a monster. Fortunately, he didn't discover me. Otherwise, I'm afraid this time I would have been in deep trouble. There was a look of surprise on Ku Rong's face. He secretly rejoiced. If he had rushed out earlier, he would have died without even leaving behind a single piece of him. No, I didn't expect the tombstone of the tomb of the god of sin to be such an incredible killing weapon. I didn't notice it last time. This time, I must try to move it away. Perfected Lord Ku Rong looked at the tombstone with a greedy look in his eyes. After witnessing the tombstone's combat power with his own eyes, he had completely remembered the tombstone. Whoosh! Perfected Lord Ku Rong quickly and carefully approached the tombstone. However, He did not notice that there was a pair of cold eyes staring at his figure in the void behind him. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1070. True Lord Ku Rong was quite cautious. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings a few times. At the same time, an invisible divine thought, using the ancient tree as a medium, quickly explored the entire southern barbarian land. It covered a large area and reflected all the situations in southern barbarian land in his mind. After realizing that no other powerhouses had entered southern barbarian land, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Hee. Others can't get their hands on the tomb of the god of sin, but it doesn't mean that I can't. Legend has it that every tomb of the god of sin is a huge treasure trove. There are burial items of the god of sin that were originally in the tomb of the god of sin. There are also various treasures from the experts who have barged into the tomb of the god of sin. The last time I came here, I was in a hurry and only managed to get a few of them. They were even taken away by that damned demon emperor. This time, I came prepared. If I don't get my hands on them, I won't give up. True Lord Ku Rong's face was full of greed. However, when he talked about how he was stripped naked by Defy, he could not help but grit his teeth. What happened in the forbidden land of heaven gate back then had always been a pain in his heart. No, my heart hurts again. That damned demon emperor, my Ku Rong staff, my map of the universe, my treasures. True Lord Ku Rong almost howled again. One could imagine how sad and indignant he was from the painful expression on his face. Hee. Lunatic Emperor, it seems that you left a deep impression on him back then. In the void, Defy was hiding in the void. His body had turned into nothingness. He was wearing the ultimate emperor mask on his face. On the mask, a strange smile naturally appeared. Looking at his old friend Ku Rong and listening to his words that seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, he could not help but recall the time when he almost stripped him naked in the forbidden land of Heaven Gate. Dark even laughed strangely. He laughed so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. Although I've long felt that there was an expert hiding in the dark, I didn't expect it to be an old friend like Ku Rong. In that case, I'll take a look. Who knows, I might gain something different. Defy's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke calmly. His gaze fell on Ku Rong, but he did not reveal any aura. If he wanted to hide, there was almost no one in the world who could easily detect him. That's right. True Lord Ku Rong is full of mysteries. Back in the ancient times, he was also the most peculiar one. No matter what, he couldn't be killed completely. It's said that a peerless expert secretly attacked him but still couldn't kill him. If we can grasp the secret of his immortality, we might be able to create a group of powerful death warriors for the demon court. Ming spun her eyes, and then she suddenly thought of a plan and spoke. Defy's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. He merely stared at True Lord Ku Rong's actions calmly. Perfected Lord Ku Rong approached the tombstone carefully but stopped when he was about 1,000 feet away. Withering glory, life and death, evergreen and indestructible. Dharma Laksana projection true body. With a soft shout, a grayish-white light suddenly shot out from perfected Lord Ku Rong's body, and a mysterious ancient tree immediately emerged from his body. Countless mysterious Tao patterns were intertwined on the ancient tree, and they were vivid and lifelike. It was like a real tree, and there was a rich green color on it. In a flash of green light, it quickly transformed into Ku Rong's appearance. The Dharma Laksana projection true body was almost identical to Ku Rong, and even their clothes were exactly the same. When they were placed together, it was impossible to tell who was the master and who was the subordinate. Ku Rong is so cautious. Defy couldn't help but nod slightly. Hee. Perfected Lord Ku Rong released a Dharma Laksana projection true body, and there was an excited smile at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his right hand, and with a flash of light, an ancient treasure basin that was shining with various kinds of treasure light appeared in his hand out of thin air. On the treasure basin, mysterious Tao patterns were intertwined with countless treasure chi, and they were densely distributed on the basin. Vaguely, each Tao pattern seemed to be constantly changing its shape, turning into an incredible treasure. Some kind of mysterious power flowed out from the treasure basin. Supreme God of Time, you've already been dead for so many years. Since you've already died, you won't be able to use those treasures in the tomb anymore. Why don't you give them to me, Ku Rong, so that I can unleash the true power of those treasures and make a name for myself in the purple gold mainland and the demon deity continent. It'll also make you proud. In the future, I, Ku Rong, will specially set up a position for you, Supreme God of Time, and send hundreds of millions of living beings to pray for you day and night. Perfected Lord Ku Rong muttered to himself as he bowed respectfully 3 times to the tomb of the God of Gods. After that, he passed the treasure basin to his Dharma Laksana projection true body. Here, shovel. Perfected Lord Ku Rong shouted again, and a golden shovel appeared in his hand. The shovel was small and exquisite, and it didn't look much different from the Luoyang shovel used to rob tombs. There were also Dao patterns intertwined on it. Obviously, it was also a strange treasure. The shovel was also passed to his Dharma Laksana projection true body. Hiss. When Dark saw Ku Rong's action, he couldn't help but gasp and shriek, Ku Rong, this guy, is he planning to rob the tomb? Moreover, he's robbing the tomb of the God of Gods. How can he rob the tomb of the God of Gods? As he said that, he couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. Crack. The Dharma Laksana projection true body carefully approached the tombstone, and when it was about 300 feet away, he didn't go any closer. Instead, he held the shovel in his hand and started to dig quickly. The shovel was extremely sharp, and it dug very quickly. In the blink of an eye, piles of soil were thrown in all directions. Is he planning to dig a tunnel? Dark couldn't figure out what Ku Rong was trying to do. However, it was obvious that he wasn't digging a tunnel. He only dug 3 meters deep before he stopped digging. One could clearly see that although the edge of the cave had been dug, there were dense Dao patterns, and it was extremely strange. Immediately after, the Dharma Laksana projection true body quickly formed seals into the big pit. There was an inexplicable aura in the seals, as though he was setting up some mysterious ancient formation. The whole big pit was filled with a strong treasure chi. Then, he quickly formed seals into the air. As soon as the seals appeared, they immediately merged into the void. At the same time, the void also emitted wisps of treasure chi. In an instant, they were strangely connected with the big pit on the ground, as though they had isolated the whole world into a unique area. This setup took a full 2 hours. It was unknown how many seals he had formed. In the end, the whole world was filled with treasure chi. However, it was controlled within a certain range and couldn't spread out. Hee. This true lord may have been in dire straits back then, but in the end, I still managed to grab this supreme treasure, an ancient formation. With this 9 heavens and 10 earths treasure-holding formation and the treasure-holding basin, even the tomb of a deity will be stripped clean by me. True body Ku Rong was full of pride. He directly placed the simple and mysterious treasure basin in the big pit, and the basin filled the whole big pit in an instant. Great formation of 9 heavens and 10 earths treasure restraining formation. The strange light in Di Shitian's eyes became even more intense. As expected, Ku Rong was not a simple fellow. He was most likely hiding a shocking secret. Moreover, he already had a vague guess in his heart. However, that guess was too shocking. If it was true, perhaps even the ruler would personally attack Ku Rong. His eyes were also fixed on true body Ku Rong. Then, he finished setting up the formation and placed the treasure basin. Ku Rong's eyes shone with excitement. His Dharma idol clone stood in the formation and quickly formed a mysterious seal in the direction of the treasure restraining basin. He shouted softly, 9 heavens and 10 earths, restrain, rumble. The entire treasure restraining basin shook violently. Countless illusions of precious treasures appeared on the treasure basin. In an instant, a mysterious power was released and inexplicably poured into the tomb of the god of sin. Whoosh! A soft sound could be heard coming from the formation. Instantly, the aura of treasures rose up, and an item appeared in the treasure trapping basin. The Dharma idol clone at the side immediately grabbed the item and threw it to true body Ku Rong. He held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. Ha ha! The Blade of Time. This is a primordial spiritual treasure refined by the time deity in the early years. I didn't expect to make a fortune in the tomb of the god of sin. The withered glory staff is trash compared to it. It's too fast, I'll restrain it again. True body Ku Rong's eyes shone with greed. He quickly activated the formation again and began to restrain the treasures in the tomb of the god of sin. Buzz. The treasure restraining basin shook again, and one treasure after another was pulled out of the tomb of the god of sin. Every time a treasure was pulled out, it would immediately be delivered to true body Ku Rong. Primordial spiritual treasure, the demon sealing tower. What a good treasure. In the future, I must restrain hundreds of thousands of demons in the tower so that the demon emperor won't dare to rob me again. The dragon phoenix resonance zither, a middle-grade primordial spiritual treasure. What a good treasure. If I use the sound wave technique, its power will definitely increase exponentially. The 7 birds and 9 flames fan, a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure. What a good treasure. With this treasure in hand, boiling the sea and burning the sky will be a piece of cake. I, Ku Rong, am destined to be rich this time. Supreme deity time, you can't blame me. It's your fault for being too rich. I'm just helping you pay for it. The 7-star lamp, TSK, a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure. This is a supreme treasure that can prolong one's life and avoid the Deva's 5 decay. With this in hand, the Deva's 5 decay can't do anything to me. What a good treasure. My goodness, the heaven-deceiving divine pill can deceive heaven and earth, allowing the powerhouses at the peak of the ancient powerhouses to directly deceive the heavenly axiom without going through the heavenly tribulation and become peerless powerhouses. The harvest this time is boundless. True body Ku Rong quickly took the supreme treasures from the treasure restraining basin. None of the treasures in the tomb of the god of sin were ordinary. Each of them could be said to be a supreme treasure that would make countless cultivators fight for their lives. He was so excited that his eyes were full of excitement. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1071. Hiss. Hearing true Lord Ku Rong's continuous exclamations, Ming could not help but gasp and exclaim, "What a terrifying 9 heavens 10 earths treasure capturing formation. It can even capture the treasures in the tomb of the god of sin. This formation is really incredible. If it really wanted to capture, wouldn't it be able to capture any treasure in the world?" The 7-star lamp is said to be in the possession of a 7-star celestial venerable. It disappeared for no reason and was rumored to have died. I didn't expect it to appear in the tomb of the god of sin. It seems that he wanted to seize the tomb of the god of sin but was killed by it on the spot. Even his treasures were taken into the tomb of the god of sin. This lamp is something that even peerless experts would fight for. It's a mysterious treasure that can help one pass through the 5 decay of the celestial being. The heaven-deceiving elixir, it's actually the heaven-deceiving elixir. This elixir has only been rumored in ancient times. Legend has it that the heaven-deceiving Tao Venerable obtained a heaven-deceiving elixir. In the end, he used an incredible method to deceive the world and advanced to the realm of peerless experts without any side effects. It's the most incredible elixir in the world. However, only one has ever appeared in the world. I didn't expect another one to appear here. Dark already had the urge to drool. The heaven-deceiving elixir. The light in Di Shutian's eyes could no longer be concealed. It instantly pierced out, causing a strange fluctuation in the space in front of him. Even with his strong will, he could not remain calm in front of such a supreme treasure. He had just seen the divine pill in the jade bottle. It was a pill that looked like a human body that had been shrunk countless times. It was so lifelike that even the eyes and eyebrows could be seen clearly. Crazy Di, you must get this elixir. As long as you get it, you can immediately create a peerless expert. As long as you give it to Chen Shi, she will immediately become an ancient demon god. There's no greater benefit in the world than this. Dark urged Indra, eager to make a move. No hurry. Di Shutian's eyes gradually deepened, but he did not make a move immediately. Instead, he continued to watch true Lord Ku Rong use the 9 heavens 10 earths treasure-capturing formation to capture precious treasures from the tomb of the god of sin. Haha. The cloud-gathering banner is an upper-grade primordial spiritual treasure. I heard that the Demon Emperor's demon court was designed by that lunatic Tian Jizi. It requires the 4 cardinal heavenly gates and the forbidden red lotus in order for the cloud-gathering banner to display its full strength. I'm afraid that the Demon Emperor would never have dreamed that the thing he was looking for would fall into my hands. Today is destined to be my lucky day. Here's another one, let me take a look. Hehe, this one is not bad either. It's a 7 stars Taoist robe, a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure. When worn, it can absorb the power of the stars on its own. It's protected by the 7 stars ancient formation, so its defense is extremely strong. Not bad, let's put it on first. Without saying another word, true Lord Ku Rong put on a Taoist robe that shone with starlight. The body blood cup, this treasure is actually in the tomb of the gods. Legend has it that the body blood cup can condense a cup of body blood wine every day. After drinking it, it will have a miraculous power that allows one to comprehend the Tao. It is the most supreme heaven-grade spirit wine in the world. This is good stuff. Ku Rong was smiling so widely that his mouth was about to become crooked. His face that looked like rotten wood was also smiling like a blooming flower. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill run down their spine. Suddenly, just as true Lord Ku Rong was frantically grabbing the treasures in the tomb of the gods and robbing the tomb with all his might, a cold snort came from the tomb of the gods. That sound was as if one was suddenly placed in an extremely cold place. Even one's blood was about to freeze on the spot. Rumble. The tombstone trembled violently, causing the ground around it to shake violently as well. Without warning, a snow-white finger stretched out from the tombstone and appeared in front of the Dharma idol clone in an instant, poking it. Crack. The Dharma idol clone did not even have the slightest chance to resist. He was instantly smashed to pieces by the finger. His body crumbled inch by inch and turned into fine powder. He was completely obliterated. Not even a trace of him was left behind. Oh my God. True Lord Ku Rong did not even think about it. He turned around and frantically ran away. The treasure basin turned into a beam of treasure light and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Even the 9 heavens and 10 earths treasure-capturing formation was crushed by the finger. The ground was restored as if nothing had happened. What a fast escape technique. It directly integrated with the 5 elements of heaven and earth and borrowed the power of the 5 elements to travel thousands of miles in a flash. It's even more brilliant than the innate 5 elements escape technique. Di Shitian watched Ku Rong leave with his own eyes, and the surprise in his eyes became more intense. He had actually left the southern barbarian lands tens of thousands of miles away in a flash and quickly fled into the distance. However, no matter how fast Ku Rong's body was, he still could not escape the tracking of Di Shitian's all-seeing eyes. With just a glance, Ku Rong's whereabouts were clearly reflected in his eyes. In just a few breaths, Ku Rong had left the southern barbarian lands and arrived at a remote and quiet valley more than 1,000,000 miles away. There was a hot spring in the valley and a bamboo house beside it. Ku Rong was sitting in the bamboo house. Lunatic Di, quickly chase after him. You must not let him escape. It's not safe to leave those treasures with Ku Rong. They should be handed over to us for safekeeping. Dark unceremoniously took those treasures for himself. There was no sign of asking for Ku Rong's opinion at all. Don't worry, he can't run away, Di Shitian said with a calm expression. At the same time, he began to step forward. He did not have the slightest intention of chasing after Ku Rong. He just casually took a few steps forward. However, in just a few steps, he disappeared from the southern barbarian lands and rushed toward the valley step by step. He was chasing after Ku Rong at a leisurely pace. After a while, Di Shitian appeared outside the valley. His figure was still hidden in the void and did not show up. His eyes had already taken in everything that was happening in the valley. Haha, this true lord has finally made a fortune this time. 1, 2, 3, a total of 9 treasures. Who is richer than me? True Lord Ku Rong quickly placed the treasures in front of him. There was no need to talk about the pride and excitement in his heart. He raised his head and laughed wildly at the sky. Am I really rich? Di Shitian muttered to himself meaningfully. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air in the valley. It was as if he had the power to steal the sky. A strange power was transmitted out. Extreme Emperor Creation Palm, stealing the sky and sun. In just an instant, a strange crystal-like blade suddenly appeared in Indra's hand. At the same time, Ku Rong, who was originally laughing wildly, seemed to have noticed something. His laughter stopped abruptly, and he immediately looked in front of him. The 9 treasures were arranged in front of him in order. They did not seem to have changed much. However, True Lord Ku Rong's expression became a little ugly. He reached out to touch the blade of time. Whoosh! As soon as his hand touched it, the light on the blade of time, which had not changed at all, strangely dissipated. Then, the entire divine blade turned into fine sand at a speed visible to the naked eye and quickly scattered down from midair. In the blink of an eye, the blade of time had completely turned into fine gauze and shattered. Sand! Ah! True Lord Ku Rong's expression suddenly became extremely strange. It was white for a moment, then red for a moment, and then green for a moment. It looked as if his defense had been broken. After a while, he let out a shrill howl. My blade of time, this is a high-grade innate spirit treasure. How could it turn into sand? Who is it? Who stole my treasure? My shrill howl almost soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. One could hear the grief, anger, fear, unwillingness, and other complex emotions in that howl. Monster Emperor, it must be you. Only your stealing the sky and sun can steal my treasure. How could you do this? You're a monster emperor, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? True Lord Ku Rong immediately reacted and shouted loudly. As he spoke, he quickly grabbed the treasure in front of him and hid it in his body. He wanted to hide it in his inner world. Whoosh! However, at this moment, another mysterious power flashed in front of him. Instantly, an even more shrill howl was heard. No! Damned monster emperor, I curse you. I curse you to drink wine and choke to death, to be smashed to death by stars when you go out, to be besieged by demon gods, and to be gang-raped to death by a group of sows. My heaven-deceiving divine pill, this is something I stole with great difficulty. What right do you have to steal my treasure? Heavenly Tao, is there still justice? Rumble. True Lord Ku Rong's eyes were red with anger. His eyes, nose, ears, and mouth were all emitting green smoke. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. His terrifying roar tore the roof off on the spot. Seeing the treasure that he had worked so hard to steal being snatched away so inexplicably, he felt as if his liver and guts were about to explode from anger. He began to curse Di Shitian wildly. No, no, my demon sealing tower, my demon sealing tower. Monster Emperor, you're here. Come out, I want to fight you one-on-one. Green smoke began to billow from True Lord Ku Rong's head as though he was about to burn himself. He began to roar loudly. The 7-star lamp, my 7-star lamp. Monster Emperor, you bandit and thief, come out if you have the guts. I want to fight you one-on-one. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Flames of anger began to spurt out of the countless pores all over his body. 7 birds and 9 flames fan, don't steal anymore. I beg you, Monster Emperor, let me go. My treasures, these are all my treasures. I admit defeat, Don't steal anymore. My heart hurts. Sob, sob, sob. Seeing the treasures turn into piles of sand in front of his eyes one after another, True Lord Ku Rong felt as though he was about to burn himself. He did not know how much anger he had accumulated, but he could not release it. He watched his treasures disappear one after another, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Ku Rong cried. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Chidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1073. In ancient times, True Lord Ku Rong had left a deep impression on countless heavens chosen. He had a very high status, and his cultivation base could be said to be strange. But now, he could only watch as the precious treasures that he had worked so hard to steal from the tomb of the god of sin, and was almost captured by the tomb of the god of sin and suppressed to death, were taken away one by one. One by one, they turned into sand. That kind of feeling was almost indescribable. Not only was he fuming with anger, but he was also filled with hatred. Needless to say, even the precious treasures that he had stored in his inner world were taken away. Ku Rong cried. He bawled like a child as he watched the precious treasures turn into sand in front of him one by one. His tears gushed out like spring water, and his cries shook heaven and earth like the cries of ghosts and gods. If word of this were to spread, who knew how many mighty experts would probably stare their eyes out. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would probably only think of it as a joke. Humph. But Ku Rong was Ku Rong, and he didn't cry for too long. He stopped crying in the blink of an eye and rose to his feet. When he saw that the 9 precious treasures that he had dug out from the tomb of the god of sin had all turned into sand, his eyes turned red. He quickly rushed out of the bamboo hut and into the air, where he swept his gaze around the valley like a maniac. Shifter Emperor! Shifter Emperor! If you're still a man, come out here! Come out here! True Lord Ku Rong roared madly. His voice was more terrifying than thunder. It caused the surrounding space to tremble and rumble, covering an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. Ku Rong! As soon as his voice fell, there was a strange distortion in the void. Sakura, who was wearing a black emperor robe and had a cold expression, suddenly appeared in front of him. A pair of deep eyes quietly fell on Ku Rong's face. In his hand, he was holding a feather fan that was refined from the feathers of various mythical birds, casually playing with it. 7 birds 9 flames fan, it really was you. You really were the one who stole this true lord's treasure. True Lord Ku Rong's eyes turned red as he stared at the hand that was holding the feather fan. The words that came out of his mouth seemed to have been squeezed out from the gaps between his teeth. He was unusually agitated as he roared, "Demon Emperor, as a demon emperor, how could you steal? Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the demon race?" His eyes flashed with terrifying anger. "As long as it's against you, what's there to be ashamed of?" Di Shitian was not moved at all. He just calmly spat out a sentence. Poof! When Ku Rong heard this, he almost vomited blood and died on the spot. "You!" He pointed a trembling finger at Di Shitian. "Ku Rong, when you were in the southern wilderness, you had the audacity to have evil thoughts about Chen Shi. Since then, you and I have been mortal enemies. No matter how much I do to you, what's wrong with that?" Di Shitian said coldly without holding back. He glanced at Ku Rong and a strange look flashed in his eyes. After a pause, he changed the topic and said, "However, I can let bygones be bygones. As long as you're willing to pledge allegiance to the demon court, not only will the past be written off, but I can also return all the treasures that I took from you." He did not hide the fact that he was trying to recruit Ku Rong. Not only was there a hint of coercion, but there was also a hint of temptation. The combination of coercion and temptation could often have an immeasurable effect. At Sakura's current level, his previous enemies had already turned into floating clouds. Those who could keep up with his footsteps could be counted with one's fingers. As for the younger generation, as long as they hadn't advanced to become a peerless expert, they wouldn't be worthy of his attention. Even if they were to become a peerless expert, they were still far from being able to compete with him. Now, what he was really competing with was the powerful masters of the older generation in the world. He was an anomaly, and the speed at which he rose to prominence could be said to be inconceivable. The ordinary members of the younger generation were already existences that weren't on the same level as him. Naturally, some of the enmity from the past had vanished like smoke, and it wasn't as important and unreachable as it was all those years ago. However, Ku Rong was obviously not one of them. Now, he realized that Ku Rong seemed to be full of an indescribable mystery. This made Di Shitian put aside the past grievances for the time being and wanted to subdue him. After all, even if he killed him now, he could not really destroy him. He could not maximize the benefits. Haha. When Ku Rong heard it, it was as if he had heard an extremely funny joke. He could not help but let out a strange and wild laugh. After a long time, he stopped and stared fiercely at Dai Shitian. He sneered and said, "Demon Emperor, you've stolen the treasures in my hands time and time again. You actually want me to submit to you and enter the demon court. Let me tell you, you're simply dreaming. It's absolutely impossible." There was a hint of determination in his expression as he said, "You don't have to threaten me. Let me tell you, I'm immortal. Even if you smash me into powder, I can still be resurrected. Your threats have no effect on me." After saying that, he sneered. He had something to rely on. His reliance was his immortal body. There was no one who could kill him. "Oh, immortal? Can you really not die?" Dai Shitian looked at him meaningfully and said calmly, "If I'm not wrong, what you're here now is not your original body at all. At least, your primordial spirit is not in your body. However, do you really think that you're immortal?" There seemed to be an inexplicable charm in his words. "Humph. In this world, there's no one who can kill me." Ku Rong did not hide the strong confidence and pride in his words. "Do you dare to bet with me?" Sakura didn't make too many comments on his self-confidence and just calmly spat out a sentence. "Bet? What bet?" Ku Rong did not seem to realize that since he appeared, all the initiative in the conversation was in Dai Shitian's hands. He seemed to be led by him all the time. "It's very simple. Bet with your life. Bet with my life." Ku Rong shouted in surprise. Curiosity surged in his eyes. "How do you want to bet?" He was the least afraid of losing his life. "It's very simple. Bet that I can find your real body and solve the mystery of your immortality. If I can find your real body, then you must submit to the demon court from now on. If I can't find your real body, then it's my loss. You can take back all the treasures that I got from you. Moreover, I won't use the sky-stealing sun-swapping to steal your treasures in the future. What do you think?" Dai Shitian looked at Ku Rong with a faint smile and said slowly. Ku Rong's face kept flashing with various colors. It was obvious that he was not as calm as he looked. "All right. This true monarch will make this bet with you. If you can find my real body, why not submit to you?" Ku Rong thought quickly in his mind. He did not refuse. The treasures in Dai Shitian's hands were too tempting for him. In addition, he did not think that anyone in this world would be able to find the location of his true body. This was something that he was most confident in. "However, we must set a date." Ku Rong was obviously not easy to deal with. "There are still 100 years before the annihilation tide. Let's set the time limit of our bet at 60 years. If I can't find your real body after 60 years, then it's my loss," Dai Shitian said calmly. "All right." Ku Rong shouted loudly, and a strange light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He suddenly shouted, however, "Before the gambling game starts, this true lord wants to collect some interest first. Nirvana God-slaying spike." Bang! There was a crazed look in Ku Rong's eyes. He was stripped of all his treasures and was even forced to cry. How could he let this go? Although he had set up a bet, he immediately launched a killing move against Dai Shitian without holding back. With a terrifying rumble, Ku Rong's body began to swell crazily like an inflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, he directly exploded. Every inch of his flesh and blood turned into a nirvanic power that was filled with the aura of nirvanic extermination and death. It turned into wisps of grey gas. Every wisp of nirvana energy seemed to be able to freeze the vitality of everything in the world on the spot. It was extremely terrifying. With true Lord Ku Rong's cultivation, the power of this self-explosion could almost severely injure a peerless powerhouse. However, the purpose of his self-explosion was obviously not that simple. It was also different. One could clearly see that the wisps of nirvana energy did not spread in all directions. Instead, they quickly gathered in the middle. In a mysterious trajectory, they strangely intertwined with each other. In the blink of an eye, a long grey spike condensed in the void. The spike was unusually sharp and there were mysterious Tao patterns intertwined on it. It exuded a vast and boundless will of nirvana. 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 Everything in the world will be in nirvana for eternity. From the long spike, a demon god that was filled with the power of Nirvana vaguely appeared and sang the praises of Nirvana. Whoosh! The Nirvana god-slaying spike locked onto Di Shitian and broke through the void at an astonishing speed. It directly pierced toward Di Shitian's heart. Wherever it passed, the Nirvana god-slaying spike seemed to turn into nothingness. It looked like an illusion. Fast. It was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Di Shitian. Di Shitian turned his hand and formed a seal. In front of him, an ancient seal condensed out of thin air. In the ancient seal, a lifelike Daotai roared toward the sky. The ancient seal turned into a terrifying vortex. It was like a bottomless pit that crazily swallowed everything around it. It blocked in front of the Nirvana god-slaying spike. Whoosh! The Nirvana god-slaying spike directly pierced into the ancient Daotai seal. Generally speaking, anything that entered the ancient Daotai seal would be swallowed by the Daotai. However, this god-slaying spike was different. Once it entered the ancient Daotai seal, the vortex that was crazily swallowing everything stopped strangely. It was as if it had entered a state of nirvana. Crack! The ancient seal made a soft sound and collapsed. The god-slaying spike that was shining with a grey light of nirvana pierced his palm. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1074. Ding, ding. Amidst the strange sounds of collisions, the 10 inextinguishable divine rings that had instinctively formed on Sakra's body actually shattered violently under the Nirvanic god execution spike. In an instant, the spike pierced into his palm. With a crack, the spike pierced through his palm. Only then was it stopped because the god-slaying spike's power had been exhausted. Drip. A drop of purple-gold blood dripped from his palm into the lake below. The grey god-slaying spike pierced through his palm. Wow, true Lord Ku Rong is indeed not easy to deal with. He's so ruthless that he even self-destructed to give Crazy Emperor a blow. The obliterating god-slaying spike is definitely not an ordinary secret skill. Even with your immortal emperor body and the powerful emperor body obtained through strength, you couldn't withstand it. Your palm was pierced through. The power of the attack is terrifying. The sharpness of the god-slaying spike is terrifying. Ming couldn't help but gasp. Looking at the spike in Di Shitian's hand, he was secretly shocked. He began to wonder who in the world would know such a domineering and terrifying secret skill. Puff. Di Shitian looked deeply at the spike in his hand. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the spike. He forcefully pulled it out of his hand, making a strange sound. The thorns were pulled out, but a thick layer of grey power of nirvanic extermination permeated the wound. It constantly spread in all directions, trying to erode the flesh and blood. Wherever it went, the flesh and blood that was originally filled with vitality became strangely still, as if all the power had fallen into a deep slumber. What a shocking, obliterating power. However, it can't do anything to me. Sakra looked at the force of nirvana and sneered in his heart. With a thought, an overbearing emperor's will appeared in the wound and collided with the force of nirvana. Instantly, the force of nirvana didn't have much resistance and was crushed into pieces. It was crushed one by one. At the same time, the wound also displayed the amazing recovery power of the emperor body. It healed in the blink of an eye. What a Ku Rong. Di Shitian looked at the nirvana god-killing spike in his hand meaningfully. It still contained a shocking amount of nirvana power. He sent it into his inner world. If this spike was refined, he should be able to complete the initial steps of the Great Path of Nirvana recorded in the Huangji Jade Archive. Lunatic Di, now that you've made a bet with Ku Rong, do you have the confidence to find his location? Find his real body. Ming said worriedly, that guy has hidden himself extraordinarily well. It's not like there weren't any experts in the ancient times who guessed that his primordial spirit might be hiding somewhere else. They tried to search for it, but they didn't find anything. Not to mention 60 years, even if it was 600 years, I'm afraid it would be difficult to find him. Ku Rong's concealment technique could be said to be one of the best in the world. At least, from the beginning to the end, No one had ever seen his real body. Just this point alone showed that the place it was hiding in was definitely not an ordinary place. Don't worry. For the time being, I don't plan to focus on searching for Ku Rong, Di Shitian said without hesitation. What? Ming was secretly surprised. He didn't understand what he meant. After all, they had just made a bet. Now, it seemed like he didn't want to carry on at all. It was extremely contradictory. The monarch doesn't listen, attacking is defending, using stillness to control the situation, not attacking is attacking. Since we are destined to not be able to find his location, then let him jump out by himself. Sakura said a sentence with profound meaning. There seemed to be an unusual meaning in his words. Ming also looked as if he had understood something. Then what should we do next? Ming stretched out his dragon claw and stroked his dragon beard. He muttered to himself, we've already seen the tomb of the god of sin in the southern wilderness. The demon court is probably still holding the purple firmament auction. The rules for the demon horde arena battle and the recruitment fair have already been set. With the left and right ministers taking care of it, there won't be any problems at all. Let's go. Where to? To the Forbidden Land. Di Shitian waved his hand, and a purple-gold divine light appeared under him. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the sky toward the west. The divine light flashed, and his body turned into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Only his voice was still echoing in the air. There were 9 forbidden lands in the world. Each of them could be said to be a forbidden zone for life. Those who entered would usually have to pay with their lives. Especially the top 3 forbidden lands, they could be said to be the most terrifying places of death. In the far west, there was a forbidden land. It was a forbidden zone for life, the Forbidden Land. On the purple gold mainland, the further west one went, the fewer things one would see. Flowers, trees, and even living creatures became extremely rare and barren. It looked completely different from the other places that were full of vitality. Logically speaking, the purple gold mainland was an existence that could carefully absorb the chaotic qi. Even if the mineral veins were exhausted, it would only take a period of time for them to grow again. There were almost no signs of barrenness. However, the Far West was an exception. Since the beginning of the world, the Far West had always been a barren place. Moreover, the power of gold was obviously much stronger than other places. It was full of killing power. Since ancient times, there had never been any changes. This was a natural phenomenon that could not be changed. At the same time, the most extreme place was covered in snow all year round. It was incomparably cold. Even if a cultivator got close, they could be frozen into an ice sculpture. The biting cold wind could even freeze the blood of ancient giants. At this moment, right in the far west, as far as the eye could see, there was a vast expanse of whiteness everywhere. In the sky, snowflakes the size of goose feathers were crazily blowing, covering a large area. The ground had long been covered in thick ice crystals. In the surroundings, between the heavens and the earth, there were towering ice peaks that looked like terrifying blades. Whoosh! Bang! In the void, there was a flash of silver-white divine light. It was like a bright meteor streaking across the void. With a loud bang, it landed in the middle of the ice region. Countless ice crystals exploded and shot out in all directions. A huge demonic body landed in the ice region. It was a demonic god. His entire body was formed by countless terrifying crescent-shaped blades. On his back, 12 pairs of ferocious silver-white wings stretched out. Each pair of wings was formed by thin silver-white blades. They looked exceptionally ferocious. With a casual wave, they could directly cut through the void. They were the most terrifying weapons. Its cold eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. That gaze was sharper than the blade. One could see that there were slashes in the void. The ice peak in front of it was cut into thousands of pieces and scattered in all directions. That's right. The Weapon Ancestor. There is the Weapon Ancestor's aura here. The Weapon Ancestor is indeed sealed nearby. The Forbidden Land. I must find the Forbidden Land. The demonic god that suddenly appeared was the demonic soldier race expert in the Demon Suppression Valley, Tian Bing. Looking at the sharp blade aura emanating from his body, he was like an unparalleled demon emperor. Especially since he was from the demonic soldier race. The demonic soldier race was not only an upper-level demonic god race, but also one of the most terrifying fighting races in the demonic god continent. Every member of the demonic soldier race was the most terrifying killing machine. Their combat strength was so strong that they could be said to be invincible in the same realm. Their combat strength was heaven-defying. Destroy. Tian Bing glanced around. There was endless wind and snow everywhere. When he looked forward, there were countless towering ice peaks in front of him. A cold look appeared in his eyes. He coldly spat out a sentence, and the 12 pairs of blade wings on his back flapped slightly. Countless tiny silver-white blades rushed forward like a tide. Rumble. Wherever these blades went, all the ice peaks were instantly cut into millions of pieces, crumbling on the spot and turning into fine powder. Even the surrounding ice and snow strangely stopped, and a flat road appeared in front of them out of nowhere. At the end of the road, there was a mysterious area. In that area, no wind or snow could invade it. It was like a strange forbidden land. One could see that the space in that area was constantly twisting, and there were even countless illusory patterns that appeared. Whoosh! Tian Bing saw it, and without thinking, the 12 pairs of blade wings on his back flapped slightly. His entire body turned into a silver-white lightning and instantly rushed into the strange forbidden land. In the blink of an eye, there was no sound. If it was not for the passage that was filled with countless blade marks, no one would have thought that a terrifying demon god had just appeared. After Tian Bing disappeared, it was only a moment later. A divine light appeared from the void, and Di Shitian stood in the air. He scanned his surroundings. When he saw the passage that was blasted open, his eyes narrowed and his pupils contracted violently. What a domineering blade light! What a terrifying attack! An expert has just been here. Sakra's eyes were fixated on the ground. In those saber marks on the ground, he could clearly feel that there were strands of shocking saber energy contained within. It seemed to be fine, but if anyone were to step on it, those saber chi would explode in an instant and cut them into countless pieces. Such a domineering attack was definitely not something that an ordinary cultivator could perform. Could it be that there is someone else like you who has designs on the Forbidden Land? Moreover, from the looks of it, that person must have already entered the Forbidden Land. Dark said thoughtfully. The Forbidden Land. Di Shitian looked at the end of the passage and suddenly descended from the void. He landed in front of the passage that Tian Bing had blasted open. Without dodging, he lifted his foot and stepped forward. He stepped on the blade marks. Clang, clang, clang. The countless blade marks on the ground were like a hornet's nest that had been stirred up. They suddenly exploded and turned into numerous silver-white blades that seemed to have materialized. They slashed toward Di Shitian from all directions. The Ultimate Emperor indestructible body automatically activated. 10 indestructible divine rings emerged from his body and enveloped him. Countless blades slashed at the divine rings. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1075. Those with tickets, please raise. Catcher. Every crescent-shaped blade sliced through the void, creating terrifying cracks. Every crack was filled with a destructive aura. Demonic runes intertwined on the blades, carrying the charm of weapons, the source of slaughter, and the will to battle. Every slash seemed to contain a kind of domineering saber technique. Sometimes soft, sometimes hard, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes righteous, sometimes strange, sometimes tricky. All kinds of blade skills swept towards Di Shitian like a tidal wave. Ding ding ding. All kinds of blades slashed at the undying divine rings around him. The attack power of these blades was extremely sharp and terrifying. Moreover, the power they contained was completely different. They gathered together and landed on the 10th undying divine ring. Instantly, the 10th undying divine ring that had yet to reach the major completion stage only lasted for a moment before it shattered under the attack of hundreds of millions of blades. However, Huang Xiaolong's indestructible body activated, and the 129,600 ultimate emperor talismans in his body spat out endless amounts of godly power into the immortal divine ring. Immediately, the shattered immortal divine ring reformed. Life and immortality. With the domineering will of the emperor, the surrounding blades were shattered. Pater. Di Shitian stepped forward step by step. Every step he took, he would incite countless blade qi to attack himself. The silver-white blades circled around his body, making him look like a god walking among the blades. Every step he took caused the ground to shake violently. His black hair danced wildly behind him, sweeping in all directions like blades, shattering the surrounding blade qi. Every strand of hair was tougher and sharper than a divine weapon. Every time he took a step, he would leave a clear footprint on the ground. The footprint was filled with a mysterious power, and the wind and snow could not penetrate it. Around the footprints, the ice crystals began to melt, turning into a lake. Only the footprints were floating on the lake. When Di Shitian finished walking through the passage, there was a long river behind him. There was a row of floating footprints on it. It looked like a miracle. What a tyrannical and shocking saber qi. Just this path alone is enough for all the ancient giants to die, cut into millions of pieces by the saber qi. Even ordinary peerless experts would be in a sorry state. The one who left behind this path of saber qi is probably as strong as a peak-level peerless expert. He's a formidable opponent. Di Shitian had personally walked the path of blades, so he already had a certain understanding of the celestial weapon that left behind the saber qi. In particular, in terms of combat power, it was not an exaggeration to say that the celestial weapon was at the peak of a peerless powerhouse. His tone changed as he said, however, the saber force contains a strange demonic qi and a murderous evil qi. From the looks of it, it is either a demonic Dao expert with great magic skills or an expert that infiltrated the demonic god continent. Thoughts raced in his mind as he guessed. However, there was still a trace of doubt in his eyes. Why would such an expert suddenly come to the far west land? Could it be that he wants to explore the forbidden land? Or is there some other unspeakable secret? In the far west land, the only thing that could attract the attention of a demonic Dao expert was the forbidden land, one of the 9 great forbidden lands. Crazy emperor, no matter what his purpose is, if we meet him, we will know whether he is friend or foe. The most important thing now is to enter the forbidden land as soon as possible. There is not only the forbidden red lotus, a top innate spiritual treasure, but also a large number of treasures. Countless experts have died in there. If we find it, we might be able to make a fortune. Nether pondered for a moment before shouting. The forbidden red lotus in the forbidden land was a treasure that Di Shitian could not give up. Therefore, Dark did not intend to persuade him. Instead, it began to think about the treasures inside. Di Shitian took a deep breath and looked at the forbidden land in front of him. What appeared in front of him was a huge valley. This valley was completely different from the outside world. Outside, snow and ice covered the sky, and ice covered thousands of miles. The cold air was oppressive, and there was wind and snow everywhere. However, in the valley, there were green flowers and trees, and they emitted a unique fragrance. It seemed as if it was spring, and it was full of vitality. The breath of life reverberated in the air. The inside and outside of the valley were 2 completely different worlds. Standing in front of the valley, Di Shitian did not rashly walk into the valley. Although the valley seemed to be filled with the fragrance of flowers and the sounds of birds chirping and flowers blooming, the more beautiful things were, the more terrifying the murderous intent within them. His eyes flickered with purple-gold light. His innate remarkable ability, clairvoyance. Immediately, the scene in the valley entered his eyes, and there was an inconceivable change. Hiss! Dark gasped as he stared at the valley. In the valley, countless terrifying and strange restrictions appeared on the flowers and trees in an instant. A seemingly lifelike butterfly was an illusion butterfly restriction formed by countless mysterious restriction powers. A blade of grass was a blade grass restriction. When it entered one's body, it would turn into countless sharp saws that cut into one's flesh. Wait! In the valley, the entire space was in a strange state of distortion. There were countless lines that were constantly changing. In every inch of space, there were countless terrifying restrictions. These restrictions seemed to be of various shapes and sizes. They were endless, and every second, they would be different from each other. Even with the divine ability of clairvoyance, he could only see about 100 feet in the valley. Moreover, his vision was quite blurry. The restriction power that filled the valley was too vast. The Forbidden Land is one of the 9 great life-restricted areas. Today, I shall take a look and see if your Forbidden Land can keep me here. Sakura only slightly closed his eyes, and then immediately opened them again. 2 resplendent divine lights burst out from his eyes and pierced into the void, making 2 terrifying holes in the void. A monstrous self-confidence emerged from his body as he pressed forward courageously. As an emperor, he had to have great courage to break through all obstacles. Bang! After he had made his decision, he stepped forward without any hesitation. He entered the valley. Rumble. There was an earth-shattering roar outside his body. There were countless strange lights and restrictions flashing crazily around him. The scene in front of him seemed to have changed suddenly. The environment in front of him was completely different. He was not in a valley. He was in a restriction world that was filled with countless restrictions. Innumerable restrictive powers continuously emerged from the void. In an instant, they intertwined with each other to form a mysterious restrictive formation. However, one could clearly see that there were different levels in the restriction world. It was as if they were formed by many halos. The levels were clear. With Di Shitian's eyesight, he could instantly see that the restriction world was divided into 9 levels. Each level had a different color. From the outside, each level had a different essence. From the outside to the inside, they were cyan, orange, yellow, green, black, blue, purple, white, and purple gold. The 9 colors were clearly divided into different areas. Each level of restriction had a different essence. Right now, where Sakura was shockingly in the cyan restriction area. All the restrictions around him were cyan in color. If he walked all the way forward, he would be able to enter the orange restriction world after 10,000 miles. Patter. Sakura took a steady step forward, and instantly, the power of the restriction outside his body was affected. Rumble. The entire sea of seals erupted in an instant. Countless seals intertwined together and condensed into a terrifying attack seal. In an instant, a Tao diagram appeared above his head. The Tao diagram was densely packed with Tao patterns. From the Tao diagram, divine lightning of 5 elements blasted down from all directions. Some condensed into a Tao diagram that emitted a blazing aura. From the Tao diagram, pure true Samadhi fire spurted out and transformed into Samadhi fire crows. Some directly transformed into mountains and pressed down on Sakura. All sorts of restrictive spells swept over from all directions. Every restriction had the terrifying power to crush an ancient demon king to smithereens. Demon refining cauldron, devour thousands of restrictions. Di Shitian looked at the attacks that were coming at him like a tsunami. He did not even lift his eyelids. He stepped forward steadily. In the demon palace in his body, the demon refining cauldron began to rotate at an astonishing speed. On the cauldron, countless mysterious runes revolved around the jade cauldron. It emitted a powerful devouring power. The hundreds of millions of pores on his body opened at the same time. Outside his body, it seemed to form a black hole. When the attacks appeared outside his body, they could not resist at all. They were all sucked into the demon refining cauldron. Under the devouring power of the demon refining cauldron, even the Tao diagrams above his head were mysteriously sucked into the cauldron. However, when the Tao diagrams were sucked into the demon refining cauldron, a strange change occurred. After the Tao diagrams were sucked into the cauldron, mysterious runes around the jade cauldron quickly entered the cauldron and drilled into the Tao diagrams. Suddenly, the Tao diagrams emitted streaks of green light. At an incredible speed, they quickly condensed into green pearls the size of a fist. In the pearls, one could see many lifelike Tao diagrams revolving continuously. From time to time, they would emit a powerful aura. God-trapping sphere? Di Shitian immediately noticed the abnormality in the demon refining cauldron. He could not help but be slightly surprised. With a thought, the small green ball instantly appeared in his hand. After taking a closer look, he compared it with the god-trapping sphere that he had obtained at the exquisite auction. Other than the difference in color, there was not much difference. Even the aura was very similar. Haha, god-trapping sphere. I did not expect the demon refining cauldron to have such a magical effect. It can directly condense the restriction Tao diagrams here into a god-trapping sphere. If you take out a god-trapping sphere like this, some small sects will fight over it. Good stuff. Nether shook her head and cried out in a strange voice. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1076. The God-sealing sphere was no ordinary treasure. Generally speaking, the amount of time and energy required to set up a restrictive spell was immeasurable. Every type of restrictive spell required the understanding of Tao patterns, as well as a specialized spell formation method. The number of hand seals required to be cast was enormous, and it was very taxing on the mind. However, once completed, the restrictive spell formation would connect with heaven and earth, and would have miraculous effects. Actually, restrictive spells were connected to spell formations. In essence, there wasn't much of a difference. The only difference was that one connected with heaven and earth through Tao patterns, while the other relied on magical treasures to set up spell formations. In that sense, restrictive spells were also a type of spell formation. However, restrictive spells were more profound. For example, spell formations, space, and spell formations were all related to restrictive spells. Spell formations, in particular, were the pinnacle of both the Tao of spell formations and restrictive spells. They were the result of a combination of the two. The god-trapping sphere could be said to be a unique existence in the world. It was a treasure that could only be condensed in a forbidden land. There was a complete restriction inside it. As long as it was used, it could immediately release the restriction inside and merge with any region or object it wanted to merge with. The power of the restrictive spell formation could be unleashed. Not only was it convenient, but it was also compatible with heaven and earth. It was a treasure that all cultivators in the world secretly fought over. However, there were countless restrictions in the forbidden grounds, and they were endless. Once one entered, it was practically an extremely difficult thing to leave. The formation of the god-trapping sphere required time and luck. Only by chance could one form it. Thus, the number of god-trapping spheres was extremely small. The more powerful the restrictive spell, the harder it was to form a god-sealing sphere. In fact, there were very few god-sealing spheres in the outside world. Who could have guessed that the demon smelting cauldron would have such an incredible ability to absorb the Tao patterns of restrictive spells into the cauldron and form them into god-sealing spheres? It was as if the cauldron itself was making god-sealing spheres without any restrictions. If it were taken out, even a cyan god-sealing sphere would be fought over like crazy. Amazing. 5 lightnings hex, Samadhi fire crow hex, viper devouring body hex, 10,000 blades gale hex, 5 phases disorienting hex. Although these hex can only stop ancient demon kings, they can be very useful if used to defend individual buildings. And if used in the 129,600 subordinate worlds of the demon court, they should be very effective. Di Shitian looked at the god-trapping sphere in his hand carefully. He then sensed the god-trapping sphere that was constantly forming within the yarrow refining cauldron. He thought to himself, this is a rare treasure. Nether, you will head to the demon refining cauldron and seal all the condensed god-sealing spheres in the jade box. Send him into the inner world. Di Shitian ordered without hesitation. He. No problem. Nether naturally didn't refuse such a task. He quickly entered the demon mansion and appeared in front of the demon refining cauldron. With a wave of his dragon claw, he sent one green god-sealing sphere after another flying out of the cauldron. He then took out one jade box after another and began storing the god-sealing spheres. Each box contained 9 spheres. Every time he filled a box, he would send it into the inner world. In the blink of an eye, one jade box after another was sent into the inner world. The first layer of hex wasn't a threat to Di Shitian at all. It was only a threat to ancient demon kings. But to those who were stronger than them, even those who were at the peak of their power, they could still withstand it. As for Di Shitian, it was even less of a threat. However, Di Shitian continued forward at a leisurely pace. Around him, countless hex continued to bombard him, but they were all devoured by the demon refining cauldron. They were condensed into god-sealing spheres as spoils of war. Crack. Along the way, he stepped on many skeletons. The skeletons turned into dust. Most of them were animals that had barged in without permission. They weren't very powerful and had perished under the hex. He was neither fast nor slow. When he appeared in front of the second layer of hex, the demon refining cauldron had already condensed more than 30,000 green god-sealing spheres. The second layer of hex, the orange layer of hex. Di Shitian didn't hesitate at all. He stepped into the second layer of hex. Instantly, countless streaks of pure hex Dao inscriptions gathered together and formed various hex. All kinds of hex, 5 elemental lightning, earth spears, and ice blades rained down. All kinds of hex turned into overbearing attacks that came crashing down on Shu Q. Every hex had the power to kill an ancient demon king at the peak of his power. However, they weren't much of a threat to Di Shitian. Wherever he went, all kinds of hex flew into his body like moths and were sucked into the demon refining cauldron. He was like a god walking in the world. Wherever he went, the hex were like obedient rabbits. They entered his body and became his spoils of war. Without any hindrance, he continued forward steadily. In the blink of an eye, he broke through 6 layers of hex. Cyan, orange, yellow, green, black, and blue. He stepped into the 7th layer of hex. The purple layer of hex. Rumble. In front of him, all kinds of hex were activated. Dao diagrams appeared out of thin air. There were 8 trigrams, Taiji diagrams, 7 stars diagrams, life and death diagrams, and so on. They all came crashing down on Di Shitian. It's saber energy. That expert really did enter the forbidden land. The hex around him was like a storm. However, Di Shitian's attention wasn't on it at all. The immortal divine ring around him was spinning on its own, sucking the hex into the demon realm. However, his eyes were looking at the saber marks on the ground around him. These saber marks were extremely obvious. From time to time, saber chi would surge up and clash with the hex around him. From the looks of it, they were exactly the same as the saber marks he saw outside. Moreover, the other party shouldn't have left for too long. For such an expert to enter the forbidden grounds, he definitely has an unusual objective, Ming said in a rather certain manner. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would easily step into the forbidden land. Interesting. I'd like to see who it is that dares to barge into this place at this time. Di Shitian's lips curled into a look of interest. With a thought, the purple-gold divine pattern between his brows quickly opened. The heavenly punishment divine eye opened. Inside, there was a cold look as it scanned the surroundings. Heavenly punishment divine eye delusion breaker. The divine eye spat out a strong delusion breaker power and quickly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, the divine eye, which could only see a very short area, instantly expanded outward. Everywhere it went, every inch of the area was clearly displayed before its eyes. Nothing could escape the detection of the divine eye. In just a few breaths, his gaze was fixed on the 8th layer of hex. Under the gaze of the divine eye, countless hex were madly gathering. Each hex directly condensed into a complete Dao diagram. Each Dao diagram spat out a terrifying will that could suppress the heavens. In the hex, there was already a kind of willpower that caused the surrounding void to violently distort. It was no longer an ordinary attack. Instead, it was a Dao diagram that directly crushed down. When each Dao diagram crushed down, it carried the mighty power of heaven and earth. And below these Dao diagrams, a giant demon god that was thousands of feet tall stood proudly. Every part of his body had countless silver-white sabers intertwined together. The 12 pairs of saber wings behind him covered the sky like a murderous weapon. With a slight shake, countless saber chi immediately rushed into the sky and violently collided with the Tao diagram. Outside his body, it had almost turned into a terrifying saber domain. His body was overflowing with a strong murderous and evil aura. In the saber light, there was a faint demonic light. Just by standing there, he was like an indomitable demon god with soaring arrogance. It was as if the whole world revolved around him. His aura was extremely sharp and terrifying. The whole body is made up of sabers. Each saber has an extremely mysterious spirituality. They are interconnected to form a body and give birth to life. This is the superior demon god clan of the demon god continent, the demon soldier clan. The moment he saw the figure, Di Shitian's pupils involuntarily contracted violently. He immediately recognized the figure's identity. In the ancient times, on the heaven-tilting battlefield, he had fought with the experts of the demon soldier clan. He had a good understanding of some of the characteristics of the demon soldier clan. His impression of them was even deeper. Demon soldier clan? Ming could not help but exclaim. He curiously shouted, "This is the superior race of the demon god continent." Moreover, the demon soldier clan has never been large in number. Every one of them is an extremely terrifying expert. In the demon god side, they have a noble status. Why would they suddenly appear here? The 8th restriction area can kill an unparalleled expert. Every restriction there is extremely terrifying. The attacks are endless. Even a peak almighty would find it difficult to move forward. This demon god must not be simple to come here. His eyes moved rapidly as he tried to guess the purpose of his arrival. I did not expect to meet an expert of the demon soldier clan here. The demon soldier clan lives by killing. Their bodies are filled with killing weapons. Their lethality and combat strength are extremely terrifying. However, this clan seems to have the same effect as the terracotta soldiers that I have forged. If I can suppress them, erase their will, primordial spirit, seize their demon soul, and let another godly soul possess them, I might be able to create a powerful war god directly. Di Shitian's eyes narrowed as he slowly uttered a sentence. As he spoke, a strand of his consciousness swept past Dark. It disappeared imperceptibly. Not bad. However, I feel that he must have an unusual purpose for coming here. Let's wait and see. This sort of unearthing of secrets made Nether extremely excited. I am a heavenly soldier. I am indestructible and indestructible. A mere restriction can't do anything to me. The heavenly soldier sneered disdainfully at the Tao diagrams that were constantly sweeping towards him. He was most confident in his combat strength. There was only one word that stood in his way: kill. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1077. Kill. 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 The heavenly soldier looked coldly at the Tao diagrams that were sweeping toward him from all directions. A domineering aura surged from his body, and the 12 pairs of blade wings on his back trembled in a unique rhythm. Waves of vast blade chi spewed out from the wings, flashing with silver-white divine brilliance. Demon gods with faces full of hostility roared out from the wings. Each demon god held a silver-white blade in his hand and slashed out in different ways. Each blade displayed a different battle skill. Like a tide, they fiercely attacked the Tao diagrams in all directions. Every blade could cut open the void. Some of the blades contained the power of flames that could burn the heavens and the earth. Some of the blades could freeze everything within 10,000 miles. Some of them were as fast as lightning and invisible as wind and clouds. Each demon god seemed to have the terrifying power to fight against a peerless expert. Rumble. When the heavenly soldier moved, the power that burst out was enough to shock everyone. However, the Tao diagrams were equally terrifying. They swept down and collided with the demon gods. The power contained in the Tao diagrams instantly crushed a large number of demon gods into powder like a huge grinder. However, the demon gods advanced dauntlessly. Countless blade energies converged into a torrent. After the Tao diagrams destroyed a large number of demon gods, the blade energies that swept over from behind also cut the Tao diagrams into pieces. The domineering aura of a demon god was completely displayed. The blade wings vibrated continuously, and countless demon gods soared into the sky. They clashed fiercely with the Tao diagrams. From time to time, the Tao diagrams and demon gods would be annihilated one after another. However, the various restrictions around them were blocked by the heavenly soldier, unable to have any effect on him. What amazing battle strength! He can actually block the surrounding Tao diagrams with just the blade wings behind him. Di Shitian's eyes narrowed. Each of the restriction Tao diagrams condensed in the 8th level could obliterate a peerless expert. Moreover, they were endless and continuous. There were restrictions everywhere, and not even the slightest bit of heaven and earth yuan qi could be absorbed. Over a long period of time, it was enough to exhaust a mighty expert to death. However, this demon god seemed to be waving his blade wings instinctively. He was able to unleash such an incredible attack. In a real battle, it would definitely be 10 or 100 times more terrifying than this. He was definitely a formidable opponent. What is he trying to do? Ming stared curiously at the heavenly soldier's actions. She was surprised. She did not know why this fiend celestial would come to the Forbidden Land, which was full of restrictions. Di Shitian did not jump out immediately. He also wanted to know what the demon god's ulterior motive was. The heavenly soldier sneered as he glanced at the restriction that was blocked outside. With a flash of light in his hand, a pitch-black altar appeared in his hand. It looked very small, but with a casual toss, the altar quickly landed on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to several 100 feet in size. On the altar, there was a dense array of drawings. The images depicted all sorts of weapons. They were constantly transforming from weapons to living beings, converging into devilish bodies. Through the use of possession techniques, they became weapons of slaughter, slaughtering all living beings. Every demonic god had a domineering aura, and their murderous intent soared into the sky. Below them, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood piled up. Every one of them was a murderous god whose hands were stained with blood. No one knew how many living beings had died in their hands. However, the demonic gods in the drawings all looked at the figure in the middle with respect, worship, and fanaticism. It was as if that was the most devout belief in their hearts. Di Shitian's divine eye instantly imprinted that figure into his mind. It was a terrifying demonic god. His body was formed by all sorts of weapons and dharma treasures. Every inch of his body was formed by all sorts of strange demonic weapons. There were sabers, swords, staffs, spears, axes, hooks, and so on. At the same time, there were all sorts of dharma treasures, such as demonic bottles, demonic rings, demonic bells, and so on. Almost every dharma treasure could be seen on his body. It was as if he was the source of countless weapons and dharma treasures in the world. It was like a fountainhead. All the weapons and dharma treasures fused together in a strange way, in a perfect way. There were 3,000 arms on his body. Each arm was holding a demonic treasure or even a demonic weapon. That appearance could make one's will collapse just by looking at it. Its power was too strong and domineering. Each demonic weapon and demonic treasure contained monstrous power and shocking lethality. Behind him, 36 pairs of demonic wings covered the sky and split the sun. Although what appeared on the outside of each demonic wing were pitch-black feathers, different weapons and dharma treasures appeared on the feathers. Each feather had incredible lethality. On his face, a pitch-black mask covered his face. However, on his forehead, there was a pitch-black demonic horn that rose to the sky. This demonic horn was intertwined with countless mysterious demonic runes. It seemed to contain endless killing power. Under his feet was a sword dragon formed by countless battle swords. The aura on his body was simply a kind of arrogance that looked down on the world. It was as if nothing could restrain his fate. With a glance, he could cause the greater 1,000 worlds to collapse on the spot. Completely turn into powder. Rumble. Even Di Shitian's will seemed to have suffered a terrible attack when he saw the demonic weapon's gaze. The emperor's will in his body, which had condensed into a solid substance, shook violently. The will body, which had been shining with a divine light, dimmed, and the will crystal in his body shook violently. Who is that? Di Shitian immediately activated the Imperial Shocking Book. Waves of Imperial True Force circulated continuously. His will quickly condensed and recovered from the previous shock. However, in his heart, there was an incredible feeling of horror. Just now, he had smelled the scent of death on that figure. Ming's expression was extremely solemn as well. Looking at it carefully, after the heavenly soldier took out the altar, he looked extremely serious. He stretched out his arm, and a silver-white demonic light flashed. A drop of silver-white blood the size of a fist was forced out of his body. Even the blood contained thousands of terrifying saber chi. It also contained a strong weapon chi. Patter. The drop of blood landed on the altar. Suddenly, the altar shook violently. The engravings on the altar seemed to come to life, releasing a monstrous desire to fight. Inside, the demonic gods were shouting loudly. Weapon ancestor! Weapon ancestor! Weapon ancestor! The shouts seemed to come from the soul. They carried endless fanaticism and seemed to be very similar to the soul-summoning voice in the blood altar. The shouts spread out in all directions. Even the boundless restrictions that filled every inch of the void could not stop the shouts from spreading. A strange power spread out from the altar and spread out in all directions, covering a large area. Whoosh! In just a moment, the altar began to vibrate violently. Hundreds of millions of demonic lights shot into the sky and quickly gathered above the altar to form a mysterious map. The shape of the map appeared to be exactly the same as the one in the Forbidden Lands. It was also divided into 9 regions. Among them, a pitch-black imprint appeared on the 8th region. And in the middle of the 9th level, there was a blood-red mark. That mark seemed to be spitting out a terrifying power from time to time. Weapon ancestor! The weapon ancestor is indeed sealed in the Forbidden Land. He is sealed under the Forbidden Red Lotus. Damn it! How dare you disrespect our weapon ancestor? I, the heavenly soldier, will destroy this bullshit Forbidden Land. I will destroy the Forbidden Red Lotus. The celestial soldier stared at the map in the sky. His silver-white eyes emitted a threatening cold light as he stared coldly at the 2 marks on the map. The black one represented where the weapon ancestor was, and the red one represented where the weapon ancestor was being suppressed. The heavenly soldier had used his own blood and the souls of countless experts in his clan to absorb a trace of the weapon ancestor's aura. He was able to pinpoint the exact location of the weapon ancestor. The heavenly soldier looked coldly at the 9th region of the Forbidden Land. Weapon ancestor? He is here to find the so-called weapon ancestor. Di Shitian's eyes narrowed as he noticed the key words. His. Weapon ancestor. So he's here to look for the weapon ancestor. Could it be that the weapon ancestor is sealed in the Forbidden Land? Ming gasped and said in a strange voice. What a terrifying guy. Oh no. Lunatic Emperor, we must stop him. We must not let him release the weapon ancestor. Otherwise, the origin world will be plunged into endless slaughter. He did not hide the fear in his eyes. Who is the weapon ancestor? Di Shitian did not panic. He took a deep breath and asked calmly. The weapon ancestor. The weapon ancestor is the most terrifying demon god in the demon god continent. He is the ancestor of the demon soldiers. Legend has it that he was the first demon soldier. He obtained the chaotic divine stone and forged the chaotic demon body. He devoured countless demon weapons and demon treasures. Every time he devoured a weapon or treasure, his strength would increase by a little. He has already reached the half-step demon ancestor level. He is only 1 step away from the demon ancestor level. Legend has it that even the demon ancestor or the sovereign lord could not kill him. Dark explained the origin of the weapon ancestor as if he was very familiar with it. The weapon progenitor was like a god of slaughter. His strength was immeasurable. If it was an ordinary expert who had just become an unparalleled expert, he could crush him with a single glance. In the primordial era, More than 10 unparalleled experts in the origin world were killed by the weapon ancestor. The heavens and earth mourned, and the sun and moon wept. His sharpness was almost unstoppable. Back then, my master, the Emperor of the Dead, was severely injured by the weapon ancestor. That's why he eventually fell on the battlefield. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1078. Buy 2 tickets if you have one. Dark was flustered when he mentioned the incident. If the Emperor of the Underworld had not been severely injured by the weapon ancestor, he would not have died in the Primordial War. Although the Emperor of the Underworld had not been killed by the weapon ancestor, it was still because of the weapon ancestor. Otherwise, the Emperor of the Underworld would not have died. However, no matter how much he hated the weapon ancestor, he could not help but admire the weapon ancestor's invincible combat strength. He could even slash and kill a peerless expert. He had the combat strength of a demon ancestor. Back then, the origin world had suffered a great loss. It was indescribable with the word disastrous. The weapon ancestor's demonic aura was even more terrifying than the demon ancestor's. If the Devil Lord had not witnessed his massacre and fought with the weapon ancestor to suppress him, who knew how many powerful cultivators would have died at his hands? Crazy DI, don't underestimate the weapon ancestor. Rumor has it that he fought a fierce battle with the Demon Lord. Although the battle was short, he managed to hold on for a long time. Even the ruler couldn't kill him on the spot. In the end, the ruler chose to seal him. However, the location of the seal was a mystery. I didn't expect that he would be sealed in the Forbidden Land. Ming spoke while gasping for breath. We absolutely can't allow him to escape the seal this time. Otherwise, unless an overlord acts, then there's probably no one in the world that can stop him. She didn't conceal her dense fear at all when she spoke. Weapon ancestor? Half-step demon ancestor? Di Shiqian's heart was solemn. His respect for the weapon ancestor had reached the peak. He could clearly feel how terrifying the half-step demon ancestor was. It was an existence that was above the peerless experts. It was between the peerless experts and the sovereign lord. He was almost a half-step demon ancestor. He was invincible under the sovereign lord. When he saw Charming Heart in the demon suppression valley, she was also a half-step demon ancestor. Even though she was sealed in the tower, she was still able to charm his mind. Her strength was extremely strange. The weapon ancestor's value was to fight. His combat strength was at the peak of the half-step demon ancestor level. He was the most likely to break through to the demon ancestor level. We can't let weapon ancestor escape. Di Shiqian instantly made a decision in his mind. After Xiao Chen made up his mind, a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the heavenly soldier. He absolutely could not remain here. His body flew forward in an instant. He traversed through space at an incredible speed and appeared above the celestial soldier's head without any warning. Even the restrictions in the surroundings couldn't stop him. He was like an emperor who controlled the universe, standing in the air. He looked down at the heavenly soldiers. His expression was ice-cold. Within his body, the grade 12 Black Lotus spun wildly at an astonishing speed within the demon palace, spewing out streams of pure royal true force that flowed endlessly into his left leg. At the same time, the 129,600 royal emperor talismans in his body emitted heavenly sounds as endless divine power flowed endlessly into his legs. He stomped on the heavenly soldier's head. His body exuded a ferocious and domineering emperor's aura. If anyone dared to stand in his way, he would stomp them to death. Extreme Emperor Heaven Battling Step. One step to shatter mountains and rivers. With Di Shiqian's current cultivation, this peerless battle skill that was specially created for him was many times more powerful and domineering than before. With just one step, the aura and pressure alone could crush the entire world. It made one unable to resist and be shrouded in despair. Moreover, under his left leg, a beautiful painting of mountains and rivers that seemed to be real appeared. It looked like a fantasy, like a fairyland. Moreover, it was vast and boundless. Compared to before, not only was it more realistic, it was also more boundless. It was as if he could take the entire purple gold land under his feet. However, this painting instantly collapsed. The mountains and rivers in it collapsed at the same time. A terrifying power of the mountains and rivers poured out. The power of the mountains and rivers that could overturn heaven and earth, along with a destructive force, crushed towards the heavenly soldier. Extreme Emperor Heaven battling steps. You are the monster emperor. Although the heavenly soldier was shocked by Di Shitian's appearance, when he saw the terrifying attack coming towards him, his eyes flashed with a cold light. He shouted, "I wanted to fight you, but I did not expect you to deliver yourself to me. Today, I, the heavenly soldier, will kill you in this forbidden land. I will break the seal of my tribe's weapon ancestor and carry out a blood sacrifice. I want to see what you are capable of, monster emperor." The heavenly soldier recognized Di Shitian almost instantly as he let out a sneer. Looking at the footsteps that were coming down from the sky, he did not even think about it. The 12 pairs of wings on his back shook violently. Clang, clang, clang. Silver crescent-shaped blades shot out from the wings as if they had been unsheathed. They quickly revolved around the heavenly soldier in a strange pattern. His entire body was completely covered by the flying blades, and they collided violently with the power of the mountains and rivers pouring down on him. Rumble. Every strand of the power of the mountains and rivers carried the weight of the mountains. One could clearly see mountains and rivers crashing down from the sky. They could crush mountains and suppress countless experts. However, the blades around the heavenly soldier were like a tidal wave that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They slashed at the roaring power of the mountains and rivers with lightning speed. Every blade was extraordinarily sharp. When the heavy power of the mountains and rivers collided with the blades, the surrounding void shattered. The power of the mountains and rivers was forcefully cut apart. The power contained in the blades was extremely domineering and unbelievably sharp. Countless sounds of collision rang out in the air. The first step was forcibly blocked, but the silver-white divine radiance on the blades became abnormally dim. If you want to save the weapon ancestor, you have to get past me first. I will capture your devil soul, wipe out your will, and imprison you in the infernal prison forever, Di Shitian said coldly when he saw the heavenly soldier facing him head-on. He did not panic. His right foot stomped heavily toward the heavenly soldier again. Rumble. With this stomp, a scroll of billions of stars appeared under his foot. The scroll was so lifelike that it was as if the entire ancient space of stars had appeared under his foot. As for Indra, he was the divinity that controlled countless constellations. The trillions of constellations revolved around him as he wished. Beneath his feet, countless constellations were annihilated unceasingly, erupting with terrifying astral energy. On the spot, the space beneath his feet completely collapsed. Inch by inch, it was destroyed. The power of annihilation was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. It was as if billions of stars were falling at the same time, crashing down at the same time. Another stomp of the stars. Monster Emperor, you can't do anything to me. 7 styles of the god slaying, overturning the demons of the 9 state. The heavenly soldier looked at the billions of stars crazily falling toward him. There was a grave look on his cold face, but more than that, there was a frenzied killing intent. Without hesitation, he used his peerless combat skill, 7 styles of the god slaying. Kill, kill, kill. Countless soul-shaking murderous cries rang out from the wings of blades behind him. Cold demonic gods shot out from the wings of blades like a tide. Each of the demonic gods held a blade in their hands as they swung it viciously at the falling stars. The blades in their hands seemed to have a life of their own as they unleashed unimaginable battle skills. Every blade delivered a fatal attack in the most concise manner. When they collided with the falling stars, each of the falling stars exploded with shocking destructive power, and the demon gods were smashed into pieces. But at the same time, the dazzling blade light continued to cut the falling stars into thousands of pieces. Every demon god exploded with unparalleled combat strength. They were brave and invincible. Wave after wave, their blades shattered the void, and the destructive power was so sharp that it seemed to be able to cut heaven and earth apart. Rumble. This was a torrent formed by the convergence of the demon gods. With the power to engulf the 9 regions, it actually broke apart this exceptional battle skill. With boundless killing power, it swept towards Sakra from all directions. It seemed to be drowning in the attacks that filled the sky. The demon soldiers were born to fight, and they could always explode with incredible combat strength. Their battle skills were truly terrifying battle skills that only sought destructive power. To them, challenging someone of a higher level was as easy as eating and drinking. Good. Di Shitian could not help but exclaim in admiration. The combat skills of the demon soldiers were indeed powerful. However, his reaction was not slow either. He waved his right hand forward. In his palm, there seemed to be a vast Xinghe circling. Countless stars flashed in his palm, and as they revolved, the stars formed a terrifying vortex. Then, he grabbed at the incoming demon gods with his palm. Ultimate Emperor Creation Palm, Xinghe's circling rotation. Those demon gods did not even see Di Shitian's figure. In an instant, they were swept into the palm. It was as if the palm contained an endless starry sky. It was vast and boundless. When the demon gods were swept in, billions of stars crazily smashed on their bodies. In addition to the tearing force produced by the Xinghe's circling rotation, all the demon gods were crushed into pieces. Then, he took 2 consecutive steps. It was the ultimate Emperor War steps. With boundless domineering aura, he stepped toward the heavenly soldier without mercy. 3rd step, Sun and Moon rotation. 4th step, 8 desolation destruction. As soon as he stepped out, he immediately stepped on the heavenly soldier at a tricky angle. The celestial soldier reacted extremely quickly. The 12 pairs of blade wings on his back hugged forward, enveloping his entire body under the protection of the blade wings. His 2 feet stepped on the sharp blade wings, colliding with the domineering blade energy in the blade wings. Under his feet, the sun and moon seemed to appear at the same time. The power of the sun and moon formed a taiji that stepped on the heavenly soldier. Rumble. The ultimate Emperor War steps collided violently with the endless blade force on the heavenly soldier's body. On the spot, the surrounding void collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, showing a terrifying scene of destruction. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1079. Bang, bang, bang. The celestial soldier's body was stepped on, and the ground under his feet suddenly shook. Cracks appeared, and in an instant, they spread out like a spider web. The ground collapsed inch by inch, and the celestial soldier was directly trampled into the ground. The terrifying heaven-fighting power crushed hundreds of the blades on the wings behind the heavenly soldier, turning them into dust. Every blade was part of the celestial soldier's body. If the blades were damaged, it was equivalent to damaging the celestial soldier's body. For the celestial soldier to have hundreds of blades turned to dust was a huge loss. However, the blade energy from the heavenly soldier's body caused Di Shitian to feel a sharp pain in his legs. It was as if the blade energy had entered his body. Di Shitian snorted coldly. He did not stop and stepped out again. This time, it was as if there were countless worlds under his feet. Countless heavens and earth were being born and destroyed. It contained the power of the world of worlds. It was as if there were countless worlds being destroyed. The destructive power that erupted from the heavenly soldier's feet landed on him. Boom, boom, boom. The destructive power that erupted from the destruction of heavens and earth could be said to be the most terrifying power. When it poured out, it bombarded the heavenly soldier's body. Instantly, there were countless terrifying explosions that sounded from his body. I was born from battle. I was born for battle, to live for slaughter. My body is the most powerful weapon in the world. Any power will be crushed by me. Kill, kill, kill. The heavenly soldier's body sank into the ground inch by inch. Being stomped on like this made him feel a deep sense of humiliation. He no longer showed any signs of weakness as he let out a cold roar. His right hand, which was made up of countless blades, clenched into a fist. His fist was filled with ferocious blades. Silver-white blade energy spiraled around his fist. He punched out, and a terrifying crack appeared under his fist. His fist directly bombarded towards Sakra's left leg that was stepping down. His fist carried an indomitable killing intent. Everywhere it passed, it shattered everything and shattered the void. It collided solidly with Sakra's left foot that was stepping down. Rumble. The heavenly soldier's fist spewed out an endless amount of saber energy, as if he was going to smash Di Shitian into pieces on the spot. The power contained in the fist was equivalent to the power of 10 peerless powerhouses. However, Di Shitian's peerless battle technique was not ordinary. It clashed fiercely with the sword energy in the fist. Beneath his feet, one world after another collapsed. It clashed with the saber force time and time again and was destroyed at the same time. The surrounding space was like a piece of frozen glass. Countless tiny cracks appeared on it, spreading rapidly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it shattered into countless pieces. The void was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The restrictive power in the surroundings was forced to spread outwards. When the heavenly soldier unleashed his power, his combat strength had reached the pinnacle of a peerless powerhouse. His lethality had reached an unimaginable level. Shifter Emperor, I did not expect you to have such combat strength. However, you have met me today. Even if you have peerless combat strength, you will not be able to escape from my heavenly soldier. Today, I will let you know why my demon soldier race can make all living beings tremble in fear and retreat thousands of miles away. My demon soldier race is born to be the king of killing. The heavenly soldier stepped on the ground and leaped into the air without any warning. Every step he took seemed to have the power to ascend to the heavens. He appeared in front of Di Shitian at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, 2 silver-white blades appeared in his hands. The blades were intertwined with silver Dao patterns, emitting a terrifying killing intent. With a move of his right hand, the blades in his hands strangely turned into billions of blades. They looked like after-images, but each blade seemed real. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Moreover, each and every blade was as fast as lightning, drawing a short and sharp arc in the air, respectively slashing towards the vital points of the Sakra's entire body. Each and every blade was a fatal killing move, and it seemed that none of the moves were illusory. The heavenly soldier was after all an expert of the demon soldier race. Once he started to counterattack, his attacks were not only concise, but also deadly. They were not only fast, but also sharp. The heavenly soldier had a cold expression on his face. As he swung the blades in his hands, the wings on his left suddenly swung forward. Like a huge demonic blade, it slashed towards Di Shitian's neck, sweeping across the void. As a weapon, every part of his body could be said to be the most terrifying killing weapon. When it comes to fighting and killing, I, Di Shitian, have never been afraid of anyone. Di Shitian sneered when he saw the heavenly soldier's lightning-fast attack. Without thinking, his flesh and blood surged violently. Streaks of purple-gold glazed immortal divine rings emerged from his flesh and blood. They appeared outside his body and protected him in the divine rings. At the same time, a divine light flashed in the divine eyes of heaven's punishment. The power of destruction swept in all directions. He smiled confidently. He raised his right hand slowly. At the same time, he stretched out a finger. That finger suddenly turned into a purple-gold glazed crystal, with emperor talismans flickering in it. He casually poked the blade that was slashing towards his heart. Ding! When his finger and the blade collided, a crisp sound rang out. The space in front of him shattered. As for the other blades, when they struck his body, they were like illusions. They passed through his body and did not have the slightest bit of destructive power. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a strange light. In the demon mansion, the emperor standing on the 12th grade Black Lotus suddenly opened his eyes, exuding an oppressive aura. A vast and domineering emperor's will instantly broke out of his body and rushed into his eyes. Swoosh swoosh. Facing the blade wings that were sweeping towards him, Indra glanced at them in the blink of an eye. As he glanced at them, 2 beams of purple-gold divine light that seemed to have materialized directly shot out from his eyes. In the divine light, there was an extremely domineering emperor's will. This was the power of pure will, like 2 domineering emperor's swords. They instantly slammed into the blade wings. Crack! The emperor's will in Di Shitian's body had broken through to the spirit focus realm, condensing the willpower body into a physical body. The number of willpower crystals in his body had reached 81 pieces. But after reaching the ancient demon god realm, the emperor's will naturally stepped into the last realm, egotism. This realm was called egotism because when one reached this realm, one would be the only one in the world. There was no power in the world that could bind one's will. At this point, one only needed to continuously condense willpower crystals. Every time a willpower crystal was condensed, the originally small willpower body would grow inch by inch. When it first condensed into a physical body, it was only 3 inches tall. Then, after continuous cultivation and condensing willpower crystals, it would grow inch by inch. Finally, it would reach the size of an adult. It could even continue to grow without limit. It could reach 10,000 feet, or even 10,000 feet. Naturally, the larger the willpower body, the more domineering the willpower body would be. Di Shitian continuously refined the willpower crystals that he had plundered since ancient times. At this moment, the number of willpower crystals in his body had reached 1,000 pieces. The size of the willpower body had already reached the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child. But his willpower was also extremely strong. At this moment, it shot out from his eyes. In the 2 divine lights, it was as if there were thousands of emperors roaring. Rumble. Before the divine lights condensed from the emperor's willpower, 2 terrifying holes were immediately pierced through the wings. Thousands of blades were crushed by the emperor's willpower. However, the heavenly soldier was extremely strong. He had rich combat experience. He was completely unmoved. Seeing that the blade in his right hand was easily found by Di Shitian and blocked with a finger, his heart was still cold. In an instant, his left hand shook, and a blade slashed toward Di Shitian's throat at an extremely tricky angle. At the same time, the blade wings behind him attacked Di Shitian in a strange way. The edges of the blade wings were almost immeasurably sharp. With a slight shake, the attack was distributed to the key points around his body. Di Shitian did not back down. With a flick of the finger on his right hand, the blade between his fingers was forcefully deflected into the distance. Once again, he formed a seal. An ancient seal that exuded endless emperor's willpower instantly condensed and smashed toward the blade. Ha! With a roar, the 10 indestructible divine rings around him fiercely expanded outwards, colliding with the oncoming blade wings in a domineering manner. Rumble. The blade wings were sharp, but the immortal divine rings were incomparably tough. In the immortal divine rings, not only did the heavenly soldier obtain the strength of his own body, but in an instant, the vast and boundless emperor's true force was also injected into the immortal divine rings. Outside the immortal divine rings, countless mysterious heavenly sounds flashed continuously. The power contained in the immortal divine rings was countless times stronger. An even more astonishing power erupted. Almost immediately after the collision, the blade wings were shattered on the spot. They turned into countless blades and dissipated. Heavenly soldier, you must die today. With the 10 immortal divine rings as a backdrop, Di Shitian was like an ancient emperor descending. The emperor's willpower that emanated from his body suppressed the surroundings. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. His mouth was like a supreme ruler as he issued a firm order. Between his brows, the heavenly punishment divine eye instantly shot out a dazzling purple-gold divine light. It directly hit the heavenly soldier's chest. Heavenly punishment divine eye annihilation. The divine eye was cold and ruthless. The divine light that shot out carried the pure power of annihilation. Wherever it went, the restrictive power in the surroundings was smashed into smithereens. The heavenly soldier was only a few dozen feet away from Di Shitian. He did not even have the chance to dodge the divine light. It directly hit the heavenly soldier's chest. Rumble. The heavenly punishment divine eye was now a top innate spiritual treasure with 4 innate divine seals. Under Di Shitien's full power, the power that erupted from it was simply unimaginable. Even though the heavenly soldier's body was boundlessly strong, it was still shattered into pieces by the divine light. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1080. It's the end of the month. Those who have tickets, please count up. Countless silver-white blades shattered from the heavenly soldier's body and scattered in all directions. Each blade contained a terrifying killing power. As they flew across the void, they left behind a series of sharp scars. The entire void was instantly filled with terrifying cracks, as though it was made of broken ceramic. Under the annihilation divine light, countless blades were turned into dust on the spot. At this moment, with Sakra's cultivation, the power of the heavenly punishment divine eyes was so strong that it could be said to be inconceivably overbearing. Even the heavenly soldier could not withstand it and was blown into pieces. Ding ding ding. However, Sakra didn't have the slightest bit of relaxed expression. His eyes were filled with radiance as he quickly scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, there were sounds of blades humming in the void. Numerous crescent-shaped blades were returning from afar and rapidly converging towards a place thousands of feet away. In the blink of an eye, there were already tens of thousands of blades emerging. Shifter Emperor, my heavenly soldier is not so easily killed. No one can destroy me in this world. Today, you are destined to fall under my blade. Countless blades rapidly converged and formed into the heavenly soldier's appearance in a strange way. He still looked extremely cold, as though there was only cold-blooded killing in his heart. The 12 pairs of blade wings behind him covered the sky and split the sun. Countless blade forces circled wildly, and on each blade wing, there seemed to be countless demon gods roaring. God-killing 7th style, sky-covering blade wings. Clang clang clang. Behind the heavenly soldier, the 12 pairs of blade wings were like 12 terrifying weapons. They flashed with silver-white divine light and strangely separated from the heavenly soldier's body. They turned into 12 pairs of blade wings and swept towards Di Shitian in 9 different trajectories. Within the blade wings, countless blades cut through the void. Wherever it passed, the void was sliced inch by inch in an inconceivable manner. In the blink of an eye, all of Di Shitian's escape routes were blocked. The surrounding void was sealed by the blade wings. In the entire world, there was no way to escape in any way. Good timing. Heavenly soldier, today, not only will I defeat you, even your body will be my spoils of war. 7 sins. Sakra didn't have the slightest bit of surprise towards the reformation of the heavenly weapon. The devil weapon race itself was a unique existence formed by countless weapons. As long as one devil weapon wasn't destroyed, they could recover again. How could a heavenly soldier with heaven-defying battle prowess fall so easily? He had long been prepared. Seeing the blade wings coming at him, a light flashed in his hand. A pitch-black light flickered, and the 7 sins demonic zither appeared in his hand. Clang clang clang. A burst of crisp and melodious zither music quickly emerged from the zither. The strings were vibrating on their own. Looking at the jade zither, the originally snow-white, jade-like zither had become pitch-black like ink due to it absorbing the enormous power of desire from the world. However, one could still see traces of strange patterns on it. It was mysterious and full of lust. The 9 strings glowed with a strange divine light. The strings were made from the silk of the 10,000-year heavenly silkworm. It could be said to be the best zither string in the world. It was rare in the world. 6 spiritual pearls of heaven and earth were quietly embedded on the edges of the 6 strings. One was the wood spiritual pearl, and the other was the earth spiritual pearl. One was the gold spiritual pearl, one was the wind spiritual pearl, and one was the fire spiritual pearl. One was the water spiritual pearl. On the zither, there were still 3 empty grooves that had not been embedded with spiritual pearls. The 7 sins demonic zither was made with the most unique technique in the world. Every time a spiritual pearl of heaven and earth was embedded in the 9 grooves, it would receive a kind of origin power of heaven and earth and upgrade instantly. At this moment, the 7 sins demonic zither with 6 spiritual pearls of heaven and earth had reached the level of a middle-grade treasure, comparable to a middle-grade natural spiritual treasure. Of course, the 7 sins could not be measured by its rank. Di Shitian took out the 7 sins demonic zither, and the 5 slender fingers of his right hand slowly brushed across the strings. Looking at the jade zither, there was a touch of nostalgia in his eyes. This jade zither could be said to be the natal demon weapon that had accompanied him for the longest time. The feeling of being connected by blood was wonderful. Although he did not use it often, it was his most important trump card. Clang clang clang. Di Shitian's face was calm. When he touched the jade zither, his entire mind was completely replaced by a kind of tranquility. Just like that, he sat cross-legged in mid-air, the 7 sins demonic zither floating in front of him, unusually stable. His hands were placed on the strings. He casually picked up a string and plucked it out with a unique method. Boom boom boom. As soon as the strings were plucked, a terrifying power was immediately released from the 7 sins demonic zither. Terrifying earthen dragons formed in the void. Each divine dragon was vivid and lifelike, with 9 claws under its body, exuding a domineering aura. With a roar, they collided with the saber wings. It wasn't just the earth dragon. Moreover, as the Sakra plucked the strings that were obviously condensed with the power of origin, one could clearly see various strange phenomena surging out in the void like a tide. Fire crows that covered the sky and earth, ice phoenixes that covered the sky, azure dragons that carried chilling intent, doomsday storm that connected the sky and earth, and billions of sharp weapons appeared out of thin air around Sakra in almost an instant. In the first instant, they fiercely clashed against the blade wings that were slashing over. Mimic formation, origin energy of heaven and earth. A look of surprise flashed in the heavenly soldier's eyes. The attacks that covered the sky and covered the earth contained the purest origin energy. Every attack could burn the sky and boil the sea, erupting with inconceivable might. Whistling, they collided fiercely with the saber wings. The saber wings, which were originally invincible, were blocked in mid-air. They could not get close to Di Shitian at all. The 7 sins demonic zither had merged with the 9 great spiritual pearls of heaven and earth, and could control all kinds of origin energy of heaven and earth. They directly burst out with monstrous attack power. The main thing was that with a thought, the surrounding heaven and earth could immediately be turned into a sea of fire and glacier. However, Di Shitian was not affected at all. Seeing that he had directly blocked the saber wings that were slashing at him. The 10 fingers that were placed on the strings suddenly changed, and with a strange technique, he pinched the strings and quickly plucked them. Ding dong! Ding dong! Suddenly, the originally overbearing sound of the zither quickly changed. A clear and melodious sound of the zither drifted out. This change was abrupt. At the same time that the sound of the zither changed, there was a strange power that dissipated into the void along with the notes. It seemed to be unknowingly triggering some kind of mysterious power in the void. Between heaven and earth, the endless sea of desire strangely fluctuated, and traces of the power of desire were drawn down from the void. At the same time, in the heavenly punishment world, the vast and boundless power of desire, along with the 10 fingers, flowed continuously through the 10 fingers and drilled into the zither strings. Along the zither strings, it spread out. They turned into mystical notes one after another. Since the first note began to play, Di Shitian's 10 fingers continued to dance, quickly brushing across the zither strings. There was a strange charm in the zither music, which was transmitted into the heart. His entire mind involuntarily became restless. His originally calm mind was suddenly filled with thoughts, and his mind, which was originally filled with desire, was unconsciously magnified by the zither music. The zither music, which was filled with desire, permeated the entire void. It filled every inch of the zither music. Almost instantly, the heavenly soldier was covered in the zither music. At the same time, the endless heavenly music of desire turned into notes and drilled madly into the heavenly soldier's body. What is this? The heavenly soldier looked at the notes, which he did not know whether they were illusory or real, and a cold determination appeared in his eyes. No matter what it is, destroy it for me. Hundreds of millions of resplendent saber energies erupted from Xiao Chen's body, surging towards the incoming musical notes, intending to crush them all into dust. However, the notes were extremely strange. They were not affected by the saber force at all, as if they were illusory existences. They appeared directly outside of the heavenly soldier's body, and as soon as they touched his body, they drilled into his body like water droplets that had touched a sponge. Waves of desire crazily drilled into the heavenly soldier's mind. Desire. The heavenly soldier felt that the notes that drilled into his body were like the whispers of a lover, and like the light of countless precious treasures. It was as if a group of young ladies were dancing, and the private parts of the ladies were faintly discernible. It was as if a voice was telling him that as long as he was willing, he could possess endless power in an instant. Thousands of beauties, billions of riches, endless power, and endless delicacies. Supreme superpower. As long as he was willing, he could immediately replace the weapon ancestor and become the ancestor of the demon soldiers, the strongest person in the world. How can mere desires affect my state of mind? The heavenly soldier felt that the desire in his mind was growing, and the desire to replace the weapon ancestor that was buried deep in the bottom of his heart was rapidly expanding. When he saw the desire in his mind, he could not help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. Those were the things that were buried deep in his heart, and when they were released, it was an extremely terrifying thing. His thoughts turned into weapons and crazily slashed at the desire to kill. However, the sound of the zither rang out continuously. The notes of desire drilled into his body continuously. Divine Song of Seven Sins, first movement, Heaven's Heart. It was not the sound of the zither that moved him, but his own heart. Even though the heavenly soldier lived by killing, he still had all kinds of desires in his heart. Moreover, although these desires had been suppressed, the more they erupted, the stronger they became, and the more deeply rooted they became. Ha ha, lunatic DI, hurry up and continue playing. This heavenly soldier looks like a cold killing weapon, but who would have thought that there would still be desires in his heart? The divine song of seven sins is extremely strange. As long as there is desire, no one can resist the sound of the zither. Dark was faintly excited. He chuckled strangely. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1081. Although the heavenly soldier was a different kind of killing machine, he could not avoid the desires in his heart. As long as one was a living being, they would have desires. They would want things, have wishes, and even have obsessions that could not be dispelled. These were the sources of desires. The divine song of seven sins was a strange song that was created to deal with these desires. As long as one had desires, they would not be able to resist the erosion of the music. As long as one was a living being, one could count on one's fingers the number of people who did not have desires, unless they were newborn babies. The heavenly soldier had desires. He enjoyed the thrill of killing. He wanted to reach the peak and have the same status as the weapon ancestor. He wanted to replace the weapon ancestor as the supreme ancestor of the tribe. Naturally, as soon as the seven sins divine song was played, the desire that had been suppressed in the depths of his heart was born, spreading at an astonishing speed. All kinds of desires appeared in his mind. They continuously eroded his mind. Even if he told himself that everything in front of him was fake and not real, he still couldn't help but feel endless fear in his heart. He desperately wanted to extinguish those desires that emerged one by one. But he could not destroy them all. He could not kill all of them. Countless desires continued to appear in his mind. It was like opening a demon's box. It could not be closed anymore. Woo woo woo. One could clearly see that the void, which was originally filled with the power of restriction, was suddenly filled with countless pitch-black chi that hung down from the void and let out waves of wailing. In the world, countless scenes of desire appeared. There were sad scenes, angry scenes, and erotic scenes. It was as if the entire world was in the midst of an explosion of desire. At the same time, The heavenly soldier in the void not far away seemed to have been immobilized. He strangely stopped in mid-air. Strange expressions appeared on his cold face. They were changing rapidly. It was as if his entire mind was immersed in desire. Di Shitian saw this and did not relax. His face was still calm. His 10 fingers moved quickly on the strings of the guqin in a strange rhythm. The power of desire and ultimate emperor realm power in his body flowed continuously into the strings. It took a lot of energy to pluck each string. The heavenly soldier's expression was clearly in a state of desire. Although he might not be affected by desire, it was still very effective. The second movement, the rise of evil. Di Shitian had already practiced the 7 sins divine melody no less than hundreds of thousands of times, millions of times. He was even more proficient in each movement to the point where he couldn't be any more proficient. With a thought, the sound of the zither began to play. As he listened, he immediately realized that the gentle sound of the zither, which was like the spring wind and rain, suddenly changed. The sound of the zither under his hand became hurried at an astonishing speed, and there was a trace of passion in it. Countless pitch-black notes continuously condensed from the strings and drilled into the heavenly soldier's body. Immediately, the celestial soldier felt like he had been teleported out of the forbidden land to a completely different place. It was a place where countless blades of all kinds were stabbed into the ground. There were so many demonic weapons and demonic treasures that one could not even count them all. Every one of them was a treasure of high quality. Each and every one of them had its own weapon soul. In the middle of these weapons, there was a tall platform. On the platform, there was a huge and ferocious throne made up of countless weapons. Below the throne, there was a demonic god with 3,000 arms, 36 pairs of demonic wings, and a black demonic horn on his forehead. Welcome back, heavenly soldier demonic ancestor. When the demonic god saw the heavenly soldier, he suddenly revealed a look of respect. He knelt down on one knee and kowtowed to the heavenly soldier. His voice was loud and clear. Welcome back, heavenly soldier demonic ancestor. Around him, countless weapon souls knelt down and kowtowed to the heavenly soldier in unison. A vigorous aura pressed down on the heavenly soldier. Heavenly soldier demonic ancestor? Weapon ancestor? Why are you kneeling to a junior? Are you killing the heavenly soldier? When the heavenly soldier saw the scene around him, he did not know how to react. He told himself that this was just an illusion, and that it was not real. However, when he saw the weapon ancestor, who had stood at the top of the world for countless years, kneeling down on one knee, he was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. He respected the weapon ancestor from the bottom of his heart. Heavenly soldier demonic ancestor, you have been promoted to the supreme demonic ancestor. You are now the strongest person in the demonic weapon race, and the 10th demonic ancestor in the demonic god continent. It is only natural for you to accept the worship. Demonic ancestor, please ascend to the throne. When the weapon ancestor looked at the heavenly soldier, there was a strange look in his eyes. He suddenly spoke. I am the demonic ancestor. Celestial soldier was taken aback. However, he immediately sensed that the power in his body was rising at an unbelievable speed. Late demonic emperor, peak demonic emperor, half-step demonic ancestor, demonic ancestor. In just a few breaths, the power in his body, and even his cultivation, broke through countless barriers and reached the demonic ancestor's realm. The feeling he had toward the outside world also changed. Control. A feeling of controlling everything, including all the things in the world, and even all the power in the world surged in his heart. This kind of power was simply too strong. He only felt that compared to his previous self, he could poke his previous self to death with a finger. The pleasure of controlling everything eroded his mind. He was immersed in it and could not extricate himself. It was like taking drugs. This is fake. This is all an illusion. This is all fake. How can I accept the worship of the weapon ancestor? I can't. I definitely can't. But, if this is fake, I should be fine if I go up and sit, right? Yes, I'll just sit for a while. I'll leave. I'll just sit for a while. This is fake. Nothing will happen. The weapon ancestor won't know. The heavenly soldier's eyes showed signs of struggle. However, the feeling of controlling everything was so good that it could not be any better. No one would be willing to defend against power. However, there was still a trace of clarity in his heart. However, this clarity started to waver. Pater. The heavenly soldier involuntarily took a step forward. With this step, the originally silent surroundings started to shout, "Heavenly soldier demonic ancestor, heavenly soldier demonic ancestor, heavenly soldier demonic ancestor. Yes, I'll just sit for a while. I won't let anyone know." After taking a step forward, the heavenly soldier's heart was completely tilted. He took a deep breath and looked at the throne. The look in his eyes gradually became resolute. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen walked over to the throne, step by step. In the blink of an eye, he was on the high platform. He walked in front of the weapon ancestor and saw him kneel on one knee respectfully. In truth, the heavenly soldier felt an indescribable sense of joy. The feeling of standing on the head of the weapon ancestor, whom he used to look up to, was indescribable. The heavenly soldier walked in front of the throne, took a deep breath, and sat down. The feeling of being in control of unparalleled power grew crazily in his heart. As soon as he sat down, he had the feeling that he would never want to stand up again. Good, this is what I've always wanted. Sitting at the top and looking down on everyone is something I've always dreamed of. The heavenly soldier muttered to himself as he looked around. The resistance in his heart towards this feeling became weaker and weaker. A boundless sense of pride rose in his heart. He looked down at the experts kneeling before him, including the weapon ancestor. He could not help but point at the sky and shout, "I want this sky to no longer be able to cover my eyes. I want this earth to no longer be able to bind my heart. I want all the gods and demons in the sky to disappear." As soon as he finished speaking, the heavens and earth shook in unison. It was as if they were supporting his words. "How dare you!" Just as the heavenly soldier was about to enjoy the cheers of the countless weapon souls, a cold and harsh voice suddenly sounded in his ears. That voice was filled with a terrifying anger. It was as if it wanted to tear him into thousands of pieces in an instant. Who dares to scold me?" The heavenly soldier was immersed in his supreme state. When he heard that not only did his words not receive a response, but he was also scolded, he was immediately enraged. "I dare to scold you." The heavenly soldier opened his eyes and looked in front of him. Immediately, he saw that the weapon ancestor, who had been kneeling respectfully at his feet, had stood up. He coldly looked at the heavenly soldier, and there was a trace of terrifying anger in his eyes. Weapon ancestor. The heavenly soldier could not help but feel his heart clench, and he subconsciously spat out those words. "Me. You unfilial descendant, you actually dare to commit treason and scheme to seize this ancestor's position. Do you really have the strength to do so?" The weapon ancestor coldly looked at the heavenly soldier, his eyes filled with hostility. "Weapon ancestor? Mech, in this place, I am the heavens, I am the earth. Even if you are the weapon ancestor, it is all fake. I am not afraid of you." The heavenly soldier was shocked at first, but when he felt that the energy in his body was still surging, he calmed down. He looked at the weapon ancestor and sneered without fear. He had no intention of standing up from his throne. The demon god continent had always been like this. Whoever was stronger would be the king, and whoever was the ancestor. The weak were destined to give way to the strong. No one could stop this trend. "You are courting death." The weapon ancestor's face was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze the void around him. He snorted coldly. One of the 3,000 demonic hands was holding a strange ancient seal. He held the ancient seal and threw it at the heavenly soldier without hesitation. Sin calamity. Desire was the calamity, and desire was the power of sin. The seven sins divine song was peerless. As long as it evoked the desire in one's heart, it could immediately turn that desire into the most terrifying calamity. If one were to die in the state of desire, one's soul would be completely destroyed. Even the immortal primordial spirit was no exception. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1082. This was the terrifying part of the Seven Sins Divine Melody. Tian Bing sat on the throne and watched as the ancient seal came crashing down on him. His eyes were filled with shock. God-suppressing seal. Each of the weapon ancestors' 3,000 arms held a weapon. Every weapon was a terrifying weapon. Tian Bing knew that the God-suppressing seal was one of the scariest weapons. Once it came crashing down, even a peerless expert would be smashed to pieces. Even the immortal primordial spirit would be sucked into the ancient seal and be suppressed. He would truly die. I am the demonic ancestor. Everything here is under my control. Blade wings cover the heavens, slash. The celestial soldier looked extremely confident. The wings on his back suddenly flew into the air and shot toward the ancient seal with lightning speed. They slashed at the ancient seal. Rumble. The blade wings and the God-suppressing seal collided. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The ancient seal and the blade wings were destroyed at the same time and turned into dust. No, I am the demonic ancestor. You are only a half-step demonic ancestor. How can you fight against me? Although the two of them were evenly matched, the celestial soldier's face revealed a trace of fear. He dared to fight against the weapon ancestor because he had the demonic ancestor's monstrous strength. Otherwise, he would not have dared to face the weapon ancestor head-on. I have already broken through to the demonic ancestor level. I am the real weapon ancestor. You're going to die. Kill, said the weapon ancestor with a cold smile. Instantly, the 3,000 arms turned into fiery wheels. Sabers, spears, swords, hooks, demonic steelies, demonic rings, and other weapons were thrown at the celestial soldiers. Every attack seemed to have the power to shatter the heavens and earth. However, Tian Bing had obtained the demonic ancestor's power in the state of desire. He stood up and formed a terrifying blade domain around him. He charged toward the weapon ancestor. Bang! 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 A series of violent collisions occurred. The moment the two demon ancestors exchanged blows, the battle reached its climax. The void around them crumbled continuously. Lunatic DI, you miscalculated this time. You actually raised the heavenly soldier's power to the level of the demon ancestor in the realm of desire, which is the same as the weapon ancestor. Now that the two of them are in a stalemate, there is no way to suppress him. If I had known, I would have suppressed his cultivation to the level of sky demon. That way, I could have easily killed him. Nether could not help but cry out anxiously when she saw the heavenly soldier in the state of lust and the fierce battle that was taking place inside. However, Di Shitian was not too worried. If he did not increase Celestial Soldier's strength, Celestial Soldier would not have the courage to sit on the throne. Celestial Soldier would not have the courage to accept the worship of the weapon ancestor. Celestial Soldier would not have the desire to possess power. Without these, Celestial Soldier would not be able to indulge in his desires. These were all things that had to be done. However, since he dared to do this, he naturally had a way to deal with it. The Seven Sins Divine Melody had 7 movements. It could be said that each movement was closely related to the next movement. There is no hurry. If one decreases, the other increases. Naturally, we will be able to suppress Celestial Soldier. Di Shitian calmly spat out a sentence. The sound of the zither in his hand suddenly changed. Suddenly, in his body, in the heavenly punishment world, strands of pure indestructible obsessions suddenly spurted out, flowing along his arm and quickly drilling into the 7 sins demonic zither. However, the strange thing was that there were only 6 indestructible obsessions that entered the demonic zither. They were sight, taste, fragrance, touch, will, and listen. These were the 6 desires obsessions of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. As the music rang out, each of the obsessions condensed into a different note and quickly entered Celestial Soldier's body. Each note seemed indestructible and gave off a unique charm. 7 Sins Divine Melody. The third movement, 6 Desires. The music changed. Immediately, celestial soldier and weapon ancestor began to fight fiercely in the realm of desire. In the realm of desire, as long as one believed that it was real, then everything was real. The battle was extremely intense. Suddenly, 6 mysterious notes appeared in the air. Those notes were solid, and each note was different. Some of the notes contained countless delicacies, wine, and delicacies. Some of the notes gave off all sorts of smells. Some of the notes were clear and chaotic. Wait a minute. Images of the 6 desires kept appearing in the notes. These 6 notes were between illusion and reality. As soon as they appeared, one of the notes immediately imprinted itself into Celestial Soldier's body at a speed that the naked eye could not follow. Celestial Soldier could not stop that note in the midst of the battle. Once it touched his body, it mysteriously entered his body. After this one entered his body, the remaining 5 notes immediately followed suit and drilled into his body. At the same time, Celestial Soldier felt all sorts of desires appear in his mind without warning. All of a sudden, he had a strong desire for all sorts of delicacies. He was extremely sensitive to all sorts of smells. In his mind, he had a strong desire to spy on all sorts of things. It was as if he had an innate preference for all sorts of desires. It was as if he had always been fond of good food. For a moment, 6 different desires were constantly attacking his mind. Bang! His mind, which was originally focused on the battle, was suddenly distracted. Almost at the same time, Weapon Ancestor seized the opportunity to cut Celestial Soldier in half with his sword. At the same time, he attacked Celestial Soldier like a torrential storm. Eye obliteration. Di Shitian seemed to be able to see Celestial Soldier's suffering with his own eyes. A cold smile appeared on his face as he pinched the strings of his guqin and uttered a word without warning. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the heavenly soldier, who had been disturbed by the desire that had appeared out of nowhere in the realm of desire, suddenly have his eyes explode without warning. His eyes turned pitch black on the spot. Furthermore, the most terrifying thing was that the eyes that had exploded were unable to grow back. Ear obliteration. Di Shitian uttered another word. At the same time, Celestial Soldier's ears exploded. Not only could he not hear, but he could not see either. Strangely, he had become blind and deaf. What's going on? My eyes, my ears, what's going on? Celestial Soldier's heart was filled with endless fear. The moment his eyes and ears exploded, he could no longer see or hear. He could only sense what was going on outside with his mind. Even his indestructible body was no longer able to do anything. The 6 desires of heaven and earth represented the 6 senses of a living being. The 6 senses gave birth to desires, and each sense was the source of a desire. The third movement was terrifying. First, it used the undying obsession to plant the 6 desires in the body of the heavenly soldier. At the same time, it used the power of the desire to destroy the source of the desire. It was as if the heavenly soldier's ears had been extinguished. Immediately, the heavenly soldier's desire to listen disappeared. When his eyes exploded, his desire to see disappeared. Plant the 6 desires. Destroy the 6 desires. Di Shitian strummed the zither again and again. He continued to spit out orders: taste obliteration, touch obliteration, nose obliteration, boom boom boom. Celestial Soldier felt his body explode again and again. At the same time, his tongue, nose, and even the sense of touch on his skin were all destroyed. Everything was destroyed. Will obliteration. Di Shitian's imperial true force and the power of desire poured into the 7 sins demonic zither. He picked up a string and plucked it. Ding dong. A crisp sound of the zither rang out. Ah! The heavenly soldier let out a short and shrill cry. Then, the heavenly soldier, who was fighting with the weapon ancestor, suddenly froze. He fell from the sky and hit the ground. Then, there was no more sound coming from his body. All of his thoughts had strangely disappeared without a trace. Boom boom boom. At the same time, the boundless realm of desire started to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly real world turned into countless pieces and disappeared completely. Di Shitian stopped playing the zither. Celestial Soldier's body was still standing in mid-air. However, there was no trace of the primordial spirit in his body. It was as if he was dead, an empty shell without a soul. He died just like that. After a moment of silence, Dark muttered to himself in disbelief. He could not believe that Celestial Soldier, who was so domineering just a moment ago, had died in the realm of desire. One should know that this was a terrifying demon god with heaven-defying combat strength. Even in the ancient battlefield, he was one of the most powerful beings. If I'm not mistaken, Celestial Soldier has died. Di Shitian looked at the body in mid-air and said calmly. At the same time, he glanced at the zither in his hand. He looked at the black body of the zither and the 3 remaining grooves. A light flashed in his hand, and a black spiritual pearl appeared in his hand. He placed it in the 7th groove. Whoosh! The body of the zither trembled violently. Immediately, the jade zither and the spiritual pearl merged together perfectly. A surge of pure lunar power quickly spread through the strings of the zither and dyed the snow-white strings pitch black. The power of desire in the jade zither started to merge with the zither under the support of the new origin energy. It strengthened the zither and became a superior treasure. How terrifying and domineering the 7 Sins divine melody is. It can even kill a peerless realm expert. No wonder it's one of the trump cards of the crazy emperor. Dark was shocked. He could not believe that the 6 Desires divine melody could produce such incredible destructive power. Attack power. He had directly killed a demon emperor. The last of the 6 great annihilations was the annihilation of will. It was the annihilation of one's will. What was will? It was the mind and thoughts. Once it was destroyed, the primordial spirit would disperse. It was a fatal blow. If one could not withstand it, they would die. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1083. Starting from the 3rd movement of the Divine Melody of 7 Sins, the real killer move was to plant the 6 desires. Even if one did not have these desires, they would still forcibly plant the 6 desires in one's body. Once the 6 desires were planted in one's body, even if one did not die and could escape, they would still be haunted by the 6 desires. It was unspeakably painful. Every time one desire was extinguished, one of the 6 senses would be taken away. If the desire to see was extinguished, one would never be able to see again and would be blind forever. No matter how high one's cultivation was, one would never be able to regenerate one's eyes. This was destroying the 6 senses from the root. It was extraordinarily terrifying. And this was only the 3rd movement. The 7 Sins divine melody had 7 movements in total. Fortunately, Tian Bing's will was eroded by his desires, so I was able to kill him in the 3rd movement. Otherwise, with his original strength, he could have at least lasted until the 4th movement. If the 4th movement can't kill it, then it will be difficult to kill the heavenly soldiers today. Sakura stood up and looked at the celestial soldier who no longer had any fluctuations in his mind. He slowly exhaled. Fighting with the celestial soldier was definitely not easy. However, to not destroy his body and directly kill him, only the 7 Sins divine melody could do that. Because of the gift from the Ghost Emperor of Fengju all those years ago, 4 of the 7 movements had been gathered. There were still 3 left. Even so, the 7 Sins divine melody was still one of the most important trump cards in his heart. Nether, this body is yours. Go and receive it. After carefully examining the body in front of him and confirming that there was no remnant of Tian Bing's will, Di Shitian said in a low voice. What? Crazy Emperor, you want to give this body to me? Dark felt disbelief in his heart. Even his mouth involuntarily opened wide. His original agility had disappeared without a trace. He could not believe that everything he had just heard was true. But immediately, an indescribable joy surged from the bottom of his heart. Tian Bing was a demon overlord powerhouse. Although he was only at the middle stage of the demon overlord, his combat power was comparable to a peak demon overlord. Although his will and demon soul had fallen in the land of desire, The power in his body was still there. Once he seized the body, he could directly inherit most of the combat power. Underworld was a weapon soul, and its strength was at the unparalleled level. If it possessed a heavenly soldier, it would immediately possess the strength to dominate an area. To him, this was simply an exceptional opportunity. If I don't give it to you, am I supposed to give it to someone else? Hurry up and go. Di Shitian smiled faintly. Raw. Dark no longer hesitated. A blood-red divine dragon broke out from between Indra's eyebrows. The slender dragon body instantly crossed the boundary of the void. With a dragon's roar, the dragon's head drilled into the empty shell. Amidst the mighty dragon's might, it completely entered the heavenly soldier's body. Clang, 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 clang. With a crisp sound, the silver-white blades on the heavenly soldier's body were eroded and replaced by a thick blood-red color, starting from the head. They turned into blood-red blades with a chilling aura. Scenes of the 19 levels of purgatory appeared on each of the blood-red blades. Countless images of punishments appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. The speed of the erosion was not slow. In the blink of an eye, the head had turned blood-red. At the same time, the blood-red blades kept surging on the head. A pair of ferocious dragon horns formed by the blood-red blades appeared on the head, and blood-red dragon inscriptions spread out from the blades. However, after controlling the head, the merging of the blades on the other parts of the body became unusually slow. It was not as fast as it was at the beginning. Crazy DI, the power contained in this body is enormous. I can't completely control it in a short time. I need time to refine the power in this body. The body in front of him suddenly opened its eyes, which shone with a chilling blood-red light. As it spoke, the body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into a beam of silver-white divine light with a hint of blood-red. In an instant, it pierced through the air, drilled into Di Shitian's forehead, and went straight into the nether prison. The entire body was connected to the nether prison. The origin energy in the nether prison kept pouring into the body. The speed of the blood-red erosion suddenly increased. The aura of nether kept deepening and spreading in the body. Di Shitian carefully observed and nodded. He believed that nether could completely take over this body, seize the power in it, and become his right-hand man. I didn't expect the weapon ancestor to be sealed here. If I'm not wrong, it should be the core of this forbidden land, the forbidden red lotus. This is a little troublesome. If I really take the forbidden red lotus, I'm afraid I'll release a scourge. Di Shitian took a deep breath, and a hint of hesitation appeared between his brows. At the same time, the moment the heavenly soldier's divine soul dissipated. In the demon suppression valley, Mai Xin, who had been admiring herself in the demon suppression tower, suddenly changed her expression, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Hey! The heavenly soldier's aura has disappeared. How could this be? Mai Xin frowned slightly, and the entire demon suppression tower seemed to dim strangely. Her face was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. She stretched out a snow-white finger and gently touched her forehead, muttering to herself, although the heavenly soldier is only a middle-stage demon emperor, his status and physique make him a peak demon emperor. Logically speaking, unless it's a half-step sovereign or even a sovereign, no one can kill him. Even if they can't defeat him, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. She was puzzled, and muttered to herself, the heavenly soldier went to the far west, which is close to the forbidden land. If I'm not wrong, it should be the place where the weapon ancestor is sealed. Could it be that the heavenly soldier found something? Or did he meet the experts of the Guardian clan that sealed the weapon ancestor? She thought to herself, but did not have many clues. She could only make some simple guesses. After a while, she looked up into the sky and said, forget it. My power has already started to corrode the demon suppression tower. It won't be long before I can break out of the tower. When that time comes, I'll take a good look at how many experts there are on the purple gold mainland. After saying that, the bewitching heart, who was lying on top of the heart, lazily stretched her arms and slowly closed her seductive eyes. At this moment, in the boundless void, there was a strange island that was constantly shuttling through the spatial faults. Countless corpses were densely distributed in every inch of the area. There were countless corpses, and every one of them looked extremely fresh. Even their flesh and blood had not rotted. It was as if they were indestructible bodies. They were densely distributed in every inch of the island, and looked extremely terrifying. Moreover, the aura that was emitted from this strange island contained a supreme aura, as if it was above everything in the world, and nothing could be more noble than this island. At the same time, there were strange trees that were formed by skulls on the island. They were emitting an evil light. At the center of the island, there was a strange altar. On the altar, there was a black heavenly coffin lying quietly. On the strange heavenly coffin, there were images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It looked like it was filled with the aura of death and carried a chilling intent. There were strange runes that kept flashing on the heavenly coffin. Every time it flashed, it would absorb a large amount of the aura of death from the surroundings and integrate it into the heavenly coffin. If someone were to appear at this moment and see the scene inside the heavenly coffin, they would be able to recognize with a single glance that there was a body lying inside the heavenly coffin. That body appeared somewhat illusory and blurry, as if it was only an illusion. However, the endless aura of death in the surroundings was refined by the heavenly coffin, and it turned into a mysterious force that poured into the figure. Suddenly, the figure started to change strangely. It was illusory for a moment, solid for a moment. The cycle continued. Finally, after repeated cycles, the figure completely condensed into a physical body, and flesh was formed. From the looks of it, it was true Lord Ku Rong, who had self-exploded and died. Whoosh! True Lord Ku Rong lay quietly in the heavenly coffin. His eyes, which were originally closed, opened in an instant, and there were 2 rays of hatred in his eyes. Monster Emperor, O Monster Emperor, how do you know that as long as I have this heavenly coffin, I will never die? Even if you destroy my spirit, you still won't be able to kill me. Bet. You want to find this true Lord's hiding place? That's simply a fool's dream. If my hiding place could be found so easily, then I, Ku Rong, would have fallen long ago in ancient times. Ku Rong sneered and sat up in the heavenly coffin. He opened the lid and walked out of the coffin. He pointed at the altar and shouted softly, "Heavenly peaking mirror, boom!" The altar shook slightly, and a crystal-clear ancient mirror appeared out of thin air. The ancient mirror floated in the air and hung in mid-air. It expanded in an instant, and there was a flash of divine light in the ancient mirror. Immediately, countless lifelike images appeared in the mirror. Endless mountain ranges, countless cities, countless living beings, and all kinds of things appeared in the ancient mirror in an instant. Every scene seemed to be the most real thing, a scene that was developing. The figures of the monster clan in the various mountain ranges appeared in the mirror one after another. Even the sky-toppling ancient painting was no exception. The demon court appeared in the ancient mirror as well. Looking at the demon court in the mirror, there was still an endless stream of people and carriages. Countless heavenly horses pulled carriages back and forth, and countless cultivators entered the ancient city continuously, chatting excitedly. The various armies of the monster clan did not seem to show any signs of large-scale mobilization. That's strange. The demon court doesn't seem to have changed much. Logically speaking, since the monster emperor made a bet with me, why hasn't he mobilized the forces of the demon court to investigate my whereabouts? True Lord Ku Rong had a puzzled look on his face as he muttered thoughtfully. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1084. No, the Demon Emperor must have already made his move. If I lose this bet, he will have to return all the treasures that he took from me in the past. That's more than a dozen innate spiritual treasures. Even an unparalleled expert would not let go of such wealth. With his temperament, it's impossible for him to give up the benefits that he has already obtained. Therefore, he must have secretly sent his subordinates to investigate my whereabouts. But, where are they? Ku Rong only hesitated for a moment before he immediately murmured in his heart with certainty. Putting himself in the Demon Emperor's shoes, if he had more than a dozen innate spiritual treasures in his hands, he would definitely not give them away so easily. That would be cutting off his own flesh, and he would definitely not do it. Therefore, he was certain that the Demon Emperor must have made his move. Moreover, he must have already begun to investigate his whereabouts. However, this kind of investigation should be quite covert. Anyway, he would definitely not believe that the Demon Emperor would do nothing. Humph. Demon Emperor, oh Demon Emperor, no matter how covert your methods are, I'll go all out with you. With this sky-peaking mirror, I'm not afraid that I can't find your subordinates in the dark. How can my immortal island be so easy to find? Even if you're the Demon Emperor and have the ability to reach the heavens, you'll definitely lose this bet. Ku Rong muttered to himself with strong confidence. Immediately, on the altar, he used the sky-peaking mirror to spy on the purple gold mainland. He kept a close watch on the demon court. Even the slightest movement in the wind and grass could not escape his eyes. However, he did not know that Di Shitian did not send any demon clans to investigate his location at all. At this moment, in a mysterious mountain range in the purple gold mainland, on top of a tall mountain, there stood a somewhat dilapidated palace. This palace seemed to have been standing there since ancient times. Moreover, the surroundings were unusually dilapidated, and there was no trace of human habitation. It was strangely tense. In the depths of the palace, on a huge blood-colored altar, there was an illusory old man floating in the air. There was a faint majesty exuding from his body. There was no anger, but there was a majesty. Below the altar, a slender young man in yellow robes stood respectfully. He gave off a burly aura as he stood there. An ancient green lamp seemed to have taken root on his shoulder, giving off a demonic glow. The flame in the ancient lamp was abnormally blazing. Tenacity. It was full of vitality. One could see that there seemed to be countless figures of the demon clan emerging from the flames. Master. The young man bowed respectfully to the illusory figure. Tianyu, are you blaming me for not allowing you to meet your brother? You won't be able to reunite with your mother and little sister. The old man looked at the young man below and shook his head with a faint smile. His eyes unconsciously fell on the antique lamp. No, there must be a reason for Master's decisions. I don't dare to have any objections, the young man said respectfully. If one listened carefully, they could vaguely hear a trace of strange emotion in his voice. Haha. You little guy, if you have any resentment in your heart, just say it. Do you think I'll blame you? The old man shook his head with a chuckle. However, now is not the time for you to meet. You still have a difficult task on your shoulders. Your brother has done a good job. The rise of the demon clan is all thanks to your brother's efforts. Now, we have tens of billions of demon clan members, and hundreds of thousands of demon clan members are born every day. He even established the demon court to gather fate. Now, the fate of the demon clan has completely recovered from its decline and is glowing with vitality. Our fate is soaring. The old man's words revealed an extremely gratified expression. In this world, there is nothing that can stop my brother. A trace of pride appeared on the young man's face. Haha. Alright, now that the demon clan's fate is soaring, it is time for the demon clan to rise again. Although the demon court now has a considerable foundation, we still lack the top powerhouses. We might let the other clans look down on us. The old man took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Tianyu, this time, I have a mission for you to complete. When the young man heard this, his expression turned solemn and he immediately answered without hesitation, Please instruct me, master. Back in the ancient times, the demon clan awed the myriad worlds. Countless geniuses emerged one after another, and countless powerhouses emerged. Among them were 36 ancient demon gods. 3 half-step sovereign primogenitors. No other clans could contend with us. We occupied the leading position of the world, and no other clans dared to provoke us. Our might shook the ancient times. Even sovereigns treated us with great respect. The old man spoke slowly, word by word. His face was radiant, as if his mind had returned to the most glorious time of the past. This kind of power could be said to have suppressed the myriad worlds and dominated the ancient times. 36 Ancient Demon Gods. This number of ancient demon gods was definitely far more powerful than any other clan. In the ancient times, even the top 10 clans at their peak had at most 10 or so peerless powerhouses. They couldn't compare to the demon clan at all. Moreover, there was a large number of peak ancient demon clan members behind them. This level of power could only be described as terrifying. But most terrifying of all were the 3 half-step sovereign primogenitors. They were the truly frightening existences, the ultimate stabilizing force. What did it mean to be a half-step sovereign? Any one of them could easily deal with the joint attack of 10 peerless powerhouses. So long as a single half-step sovereign existed in a clan, they would be able to intimidate countless thieves and villains. They would be able to stabilize the clan for countless years, ensuring that the clan would not be wiped out. Besides, the demon clan had 3 of them. What did that mean? When the young man heard this, a look of yearning appeared on his face. Master, could it be that all of the demon clan's almighty experts perished in the ancient times? The young man asked in confusion. Ha, of course not, the old man said decisively. Although a portion of our almighty experts perished during the devil tribulation, a portion of them survived. However, because their injuries were too severe, they fell into a deep slumber. Then, what about the 3 primogenitors? The young man asked cautiously. In the past, the 3 primogenitors fought against the half-step devil patriarchs of the devil god continent. They were surrounded and attacked. Not only were they heavily injured, but they were also sealed. As for where they were sealed, and whether or not they're still alive, I'm afraid very few people in the world know. The old man's expression dimmed. Master, what you mean is that I should go and awaken those slumbering seniors. The young man's mind spun, and he immediately understood the meaning behind it. That's right. The demon clan's karmic luck has greatly increased. The power of karmic luck will increase their recovery speed. Furthermore, you have the ancient suppressing devil lamp, which is connected to the karmic luck of the demon clan. You're the best choice for this mission. If I'm not mistaken, the upcoming calamity will be unprecedentedly fierce. Right now, the most important thing is to strengthen the demon clan. The old man's voice was heavy. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely do it well. The young man's face was filled with determination. At some point in time, the tightly shut palace slowly opened and closed. A figure instantly broke through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fog appeared in the surroundings and shrouded the palace. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the world as if it had never existed in the first place. In the Forbidden Land, Di Shitian stood where he was and frowned slightly. He seemed to be deep in thought. It was difficult for him to make a decision. However, he was a decisive person. He relaxed his brows and a determined look appeared in his eyes. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Regardless of whether the weapon ancestor is really sealed here, there's no reason for me to leave without even seeing the face of the Forbidden Land. I'd like to see what's so amazing about the legendary weapon ancestor. Di Shitian took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. He took another step forward. Rumble. Immediately, the power of the countless seals gathered together and formed a terrifying Tao diagram that crushed towards Dishi Badao. Each of the Tao diagrams could crush a peerless expert to death. Demon Refining Cauldron. Indra wasn't afraid of the Tao diagram that was crushing down. With a soft cry, the Demon Refining Cauldron's rotation speed began to expand at a rate several times faster than before. A black vortex formed around him. That scene was extremely similar to when the unfettered king unleashed his northern underworld heavenly transformation. A strong devouring force sucked the Tao diagrams into the Demon Refining Cauldron. As the Demon Refining Cauldron spun, the seals were quickly refined. At the same time, the royal true force in his body was also being poured into the cauldron at a shocking speed. The seals in this area were comparable to the peerless experts. To form a god-sealing sphere, not only would it take time, it would also consume a large amount of true force. It was extremely difficult. Pater. Sakra walked forward step by step, allowing the countless restrictions to engulf him. He wasn't afraid at all as he continued to walk forward. He approached the 9th layer step by step. Be careful, lunatic DI. The 8th layer is already capable of suppressing peerless experts. Once you enter the 9th layer, the seals inside will be comparable to half-step sovereigns. If you're not careful, you'll be suppressed. Dark didn't forget to give him a reminder as it merged with the body. It's fine. I just want to personally experience the strongest power of the Forbidden Land. Di Shitian didn't back down. Since he had come to the Forbidden Land, he had no intention of giving up halfway. Bang, bang, bang. Step by step, he took steady steps forward. At the same time, as he got closer to the center, the seals around him became more powerful and terrifying. The Space Cloister seal could trap a mighty expert inside. The Myriad Poison Extermination seal could poison a mighty expert to death. The Weapon Soul Absolute Heaven seal could form countless weapons. Each seal contained earth-shattering power. Lightning and fire intersected. Even the 3-legged golden crow and the 5 divine beasts appeared. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1086. Today is the 3rd update. If you have a guaranteed monthly vote, please help me throw in a few phoenixes and countless sun-like 3-legged golden crows. Almost instantly, the entire world turned against Di Shitian and turned into a terrifying attack. Covering the sky and covering the earth, it was endless. Not good, madman Di. There are already tens of thousands of Dao diagrams in the Demon Refining Cauldron. These Dao diagrams are already the limit of the Demon Refining Cauldron. If it devours any more restrictions, the Demon Refining Cauldron will not be able to suppress the various Dao diagrams in the cauldron. It can't devour any more, Dark cried out in horror. Inside the demon dwelling, the Jade Demon Refining Cauldron constantly emitted a dazzling light as countless mysterious runes endlessly entered the cauldron. The entire Jade Cauldron instantly became incomparably heavy. Even the demon dwelling that it was suppressing was violently trembling and emitting muffled sounds. It was faintly possible to see terrifying cracks on the cauldron. The Demon Refining Cauldron was not invincible. It also had its limits. Although it had been constantly transforming with Di Shitian's growth, it still could not devour restrictions without limit. If it had been before, it would have been fine. After all, those restrictions did not pose much of a threat to itself. With the ability of the Demon Refining Cauldron, it could instantly condense the restrictions into a god-imprisoning sphere. But now, each of these restrictions was a threat to a peerless expert. It was far more difficult to condense them. Now that it had devoured close to 30,000 restrictions, it had reached the limit of the Demon Refining Cauldron. If it devoured any more, it would immediately cause the restrictions in the cauldron to explode instantly. The entire Jade Cauldron would be blown to smithereens. Even the monster residents would suffer immeasurable and painful damage. Break. Di Shitian also sensed the situation in his body. Without hesitation, he stopped devouring the restrictions. However, he seemed to speak very calmly. Rumble. Immediately, a purplish golden ripple spread out in all directions with him as the center. Every inch of space twisted strangely wherever it passed, vibrating trillions of times. Within the range of the sound wave, it was possible to see the whistling restrictions being reduced to dust by the vibrations. They completely dispersed, vanishing into nothingness. The sound wave also contained an emperor's will that could not be disobeyed. Crack. Indra was like an emperor walking in the world. Outside his body, the millions of restrictions were all blocked by him, and the myriad of tribulations couldn't even touch his body. Without devouring restrictions, Di Shitian's speed was extremely fast. Even if there were countless thorns along the way, they did not pose much of a threat. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared outside the 9th restriction area. Looking at the 9th restriction area that was filled with countless wisps of purple gold restriction aura, Di Shitian's heart thumped violently. He could clearly feel that every wisp of purple gold restriction aura was filled with a noble and domineering aura. It was as if every wisp of restriction aura was filled with countless mysterious and domineering restrictions that were constantly evolving and deducing. Every wisp was as heavy as Mount Tai. When it pressed down on him, it could crush his immortal body. The purple-gold restriction aura was filled with a noble and domineering aura. They were the kings of restriction auras, the kings of restriction auras. The boundless power of the forbidding aura was like countless powerful deities standing in front of Qin Nan. Lunatic Di, these restrictions are the most terrifying in the Forbidden Land. Every wisp of them contains unimaginable power. Legend has it that a forbidden storm will appear in the Forbidden Land every 9 days. At that time, all the restrictions in the restriction area will be instantly entangled. The restriction aura of the 9th restriction area will appear in the 1st restriction area, and it will create the most chaotic and violent scene. At that time, any place in the Forbidden Land will suffer a destructive blow. There have already been peerless experts who have fallen in the Forbidden Storm. It's a forbidden zone for living beings. Why don't we come back later? Dark looked at the purple-gold aura in front of him with great fear. He hesitated for a moment before he spoke to persuade Di Shitian. Di Shitian's pupils contracted slightly. He was not swayed by Dark's words. He said decisively, an emperor can retreat when he's not a match. He can hibernate for 10 years, 100 years, and then seek revenge. However, if he doesn't even have the courage to try and face it, then he has lost the courage to move forward and fearlessly. As his voice fell, he emitted a fearless aura. He lifted his foot and stepped into the 9th restriction area. Rumble. As soon as he entered the 9th restriction area, he could clearly see wisps of purple-gold aura entangling at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a violent tumble. Gaga. In the blink of an eye, a purple-gold skull that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall suddenly appeared in front of him. Purple-gold flames flickered in the skull's eyes. Its mouth opened and closed, making strange sounds. The flames seemed to be able to stare at one's spirit. Moreover, the skull was not illusory. It was a real state. Every inch of the skull was covered with countless bizarre formations that were constantly changing. Staring at Di Shitian, it opened its mouth and swallowed Di Shitian. The mouth was like the most terrifying and bottomless abyss. It emitted an immeasurably powerful force and moved as fast as lightning. In an instant, it swallowed Di Shitian into the skull. Roar, 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 roar. Within the skull, one could see countless huge skeleton emperors leading countless skeleton armies. They swept toward Di Shitian crazily, the monstrous power of death constantly eroding his flesh. All kinds of restrictive spells flashed in the skulls, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The terrifying soul fire ignited the soul fire and burned one's soul. All kinds of methods filled every inch of the skull in an instant. Heavenly punishment, divine annihilation. In just a few breaths of time after being swallowed, a shout exploded from within. At the same time, a bright purple-gold divine light instantly burst out of the skull. A huge hole was blasted in the top of the incomparably hard skull. A figure instantly shuttled out of the cave. He left the 9th restriction area and appeared in the 8th restriction area. What a domineering 9th restriction area. No wonder there are rumors that the 9th restriction area is a god's forbidden zone. Even this emperor felt threatened by a restriction. No wonder he dared to say that only half-step sovereigns can pass through the 9th restriction area and see the forbidden red lotus. Di Shitian's face was extremely solemn. In just a few breaths of time, he had personally experienced the terror of the 9th restriction area. The restriction just now was called the 10,000 Flaming Soul Restriction. That restriction directly targeted one's soul and soul. It could ignite the soul fire and cause one to burn to death. He was very sure that ordinary peerless experts would really die after entering the 9th restriction area. Could this forbidden red lotus not be a top-tier carnate spiritual treasure, but a carnate cardinal treasure that's even stronger than carnate spiritual treasures? This thought flashed through Di Shitian's mind involuntarily. He couldn't help but think so. Even a top-tier carnate spiritual treasure couldn't completely suppress a half-step sovereign. Even if it was suppressed, it would be forcefully torn apart. However, The forbidden red lotus had suppressed the weapon ancestor for tens of thousands of years without loosening at all. This was already more powerful than a top-tier carnate spiritual treasure. Lunatic DI, what should we do now? Dark looked at the 9th restriction area that was like a natural chasm in front of him, a little discouraged. Humph. If I want to go in, no one can stop me. If I can't force my way in, then I'll have to be flexible. There's still a chance. Di Shitian's eyes flashed, and a countermeasure naturally appeared in his mind. Sky-stealing sun-swapping. Di Shitian shouted softly and reached out his hand to grab the 9th restriction area. Extreme Emperor Creation Palm, Sky-stealing sun-swapping. Under his palm, a purple-gold light flashed strangely. When he looked again, he had caught a wisp of purple-gold restriction aura in his hand. He had directly absorbed a wisp of restriction aura from it. Restriction aura, enter my body. Sakura opened his mouth and swallowed the wisp of restriction chi in front of him. In an instant, he quickly integrated the restriction chi into his flesh and blood, and even into the lotus seed in the 12th grade black lotus that condensed the absolute Emperor Rui change. Crackle. Crisp sounds like frying beans flashed around him. Purple light flashed in his eyes. Extreme Emperor Creation Transformation. Di Shitian's mind moved, and his body shook slightly. In the blink of an eye, one could see that his body, and even his flesh and blood, had transformed in an instant. Where he originally stood, a purple-gold supreme restriction aura that was 1,000 feet tall stood up like a divine pillar that reached the sky. Inside, countless restrictions were constantly disappearing. A strong supreme restriction aura burst out. Whoosh! The supreme restriction aura rushed into the 9th restriction area without hesitation. Rumble. As soon as it entered, countless wisps of restriction aura that were only as thick as buckets started to surge violently. They emitted a divine aura of respect towards the supreme restriction aura. They all retreated outwards, as if they were worshipping an emperor. Haha, why didn't I think of it? Crazy DI, the royal manifestation transformation you created back then can be said to be one of the best transformation techniques in the world. As long as you transform, you can immediately transform into any kind of living being, even objects, without any scruples. Even your flesh and blood will change instantly. No divine ability can distinguish your identity. Quick, let's go and take a look at the forbidden red lotus. Since ancient times, no one knows what this supreme treasure looks like. When Ming saw that Di Shitian's supreme restriction aura had entered the 9th restriction area, not only was he not attacked, but the restriction aura even treated him as their emperor and was incomparably respectful. He couldn't help but be enlightened and laughed strangely. His eyes lit up. Let's go. After seeing that this trick was effective, Di Shitian did not hesitate and quickly rushed to the core area of the Forbidden Land. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,